Omako boy in Yano Mohobai, Sanity. Emra wo yimfonyini no na ohwe organizers of demonstration na clearly utimi hu say omame no kre no modidi kama na omakwa koguo.
I don't get it.
No, I'm coming because ohwe omafaka nyesika in the wake of COVID-19 and oma mobilize omo hu ohwe nyoma omo bo anije sana democracy. That's the beauty of democracy. Na sana yeye no enye ntokwa eye adwenche na emom no de Ghana fo nyina ehwe animu ena omo hwe TV no ene se anye bia NDC a omo claim se omo na ye alternative solution ben ena omo profile to the challenges we are going through, not only Ghana but the whole world, because say nyana na Akufo-Addo ene ko invite coronavirus say emra on my way mo. This is a global pandemic. Krobi Atiago Montana so say you demonstrate as a result of a economic hardship for Mukum Debbie. If you are seeing about the Debbie near Kosono, a quite many before so I bet me a siano. It is a young man this for say, or Mubegu Ghana Hufi, or Mubegu or mine who anymore say. Now Mobaka demonstrate here. So be it. But fix it. Face the country project. Yeah. It's an NDC project.
No, but
it's an NDC project. And now I'm demonstrating. Now I'm vindicated. This morning, a radio station called me. Now I'm saying, look, I told you because Osha Plakasa face the country. What they are doing now, they say a strategy. NDC activists now could go actually. And sympathizers, you know, omodo bed front line. And you know what? You're careful when you're smart, when you'll be a political eye. What you mean? Would go and profile some microphone even on Facebook? You members of NDC. Just say, na sir, general is reserve players. Players will be prana waba. It a no minor say. Now they have raised the issue of insecurity. Yes, insecurity. Monchraye, characteristics of insecurity. Whether indeed Ghana we are in the state of insecurity. That is not the case because about state security. You are 9, you are strong state, we have weak state, we have a failed state and collapsed state. Ghana falls under strong state. Enti enono emasa impression o mu create no ye free ho ye gani free ho kra hwenhwe enkra o man no eni nta police for bo mo ho ban a enigye wo mo na wo de free be no ndu eko no ubohunu Pablo mu ombe bonyom ye roro ye ho gaza anyom no eno an ombe roro mo ho sa o mu wi a na o mu de enigye no mu de enigye no ma ba fie ye wo 9 ye wo strong state, we have weak state, we have a failed state and collapsed state. Ghana falls under strong state. Enti enono emasa impression o mu create no ye free ho ye gani free ho kra hwenhwe enkra o man no eni nta police for bo mo ho ban a enigye wo mo na wo de free be no ndu eko no ubohunu Pablo mu ombe bonyom ye roro ye ho gaza anyom no eno an ombe roro mo ho sa omu wi a na omu de enigye na omu abafie. And that is the beauty of democracy.
Of Kofi Annan International Peace. And he made the point, sir.
But what is that? Yeah.
Social media.
But we have all contributed to
that. Enra, I had an engagement with some youth on Unim Clubhouse.
Yeah, Unim Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, eh?
What's it mean Clubhouse? Sport baby, I joined. I bring me continue. And I know now. What's that? What's that? No, I joined. I don't me continue. Yeah. But what is that? Yeah.
A social media app.
Oh, the move because I would be away for half in no be the question. Oh, Casama, because I was there. Well, no, I could show about more to be now. Because he did was a club. Wouldn't say technical tell you, Adimami, Buapayomuno, and a Kusifaka Kai, because Twitter education, Mediaco with the Rebina Amy. What about Yakwana Wano, who bram a bread, screenshot to grab me, bram and bread.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Presenting the award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
.7 Asempa FM Sony. Asempa munyina kwa babio. It's a Tuesday afternoon, the 6th day of July 2021. If you are joining us for the first time, good afternoon and welcome. This is Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social and current affairs talk show, Ekosiisen Live on Asempa FM. Ma yema munyina kwa basronko. We are live from our national studios, 355 Fan of Us Streets in Kokomlemle here in Accra. And the show is live on a number of affiliate radio stations, over a dozen of them across the length and breadth of Ghana. In the Miyenda Munyanas and the Simon Wakwaba Sonko, Emra Ekosiisen. So yet another day, a great day it's been thus far. The Nasieni Kabia and Ema Nyame. Enrane and or the echa and the Ejidis or the ebicha. I'm a Yurao Chinemo na Ekosiisen as I bremu bio or china. But and for the next 4 hours, 30 minutes, we're bringing you Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, current affairs talk show. Let me thank so much the production team who have been behind the success of this show. And you were Dominic Kisi Yaboa, Nana Chum Berema, Jackson Osei Tiamwa, Eric Opare, baby friend of DJ Yayo, and a Queen Star in Japan. We do this every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. And yentimi enyi yaboafo nso emu. This is a heavily segmented show, but for every segment, there was some proud sponsors I boy me this our segment ebremo. We start off with sounds of our time. And he brought back Emma some memorable voices on our show. Agbeve Herbal Center, Momo Milk, Yara Ghana, and Edu Motors. I'm gonna buy me a dear no bremo. You read me here some segment in the Tuamoso, and also EcoBank Ghana, Awake Purified Drinking Water, Rockstars Roofing Systems, and Aqua Taps Purification Tablet. Yeah, interviews are here on this show, and sir, we are the reference point for all the big interviews in our country. One-on-one interviews are here, interviews are here on phone, on all the trending issues, Having insecticide spray and coil, and Napa Foods. almost say oye enapa no so cool. Your HEPA Plus mixture and ma pomode yampa Consolidated Bank of Ghana. Also, we stand with you and a Mutlu battery quality forever. The discussion segment near the Franco Trading Enterprise phone Papa Pafie Castrol. Also, it's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering. Your TCL, the Creative Life, Dependable Herbal, producers of Adom Malakio and a Global Lighting Center Limited in Kania Pafie. And you may queen a boy me a dear could see saying a bremo, a jume de Panana Bay, at Nasi, and your mind who a Jumana a bremo, you could see saying so. This is where all the big discussions happen. We have our eyes fixed on all the major issues in our country. Still, Jura is on the front burner. The ministerial committee, Ashawone Juma Asye. So far, the Ashanti Regional Minister appeared before the committee. Yeka say the multimedia groups, Erastus Asare Donko, is before the committee as we speak. And you know, say a fact-finding committee, or recommendations, and they are there. And that is ongoing. Prempe Assembly Hall in Kumasi. Now, you free a honso eba nkraya fallout of Nsema I see where Jurani Bini the Akikaho and the National Youth Wing of the NDC at the demonstration so here in Accra, and for the first 1 hour you better discuss the NDC's demonstration and in Samoa Efrimu about already. The petitions now have been presented, one to the presidency, the other to Parliament House. And our reporter who followed the youth wing on this demonstration, Abeka Yensa, studio. And for the first part of the show, Yaneno Ebedi and will show you all the exclusive pictures. Then the National Youth Organizer of the NPP is also joining us in studio. Now, you did demonstration. We'll be speaking to the National Youth Organizer of the NDC as well on an organizing demonstration way. And until we have a really we'll speak with him on phone. You better some common and area. But we are the second part of the show. Enra, yes, say at the end of the first quarter of this year, the first ever ranking of the best performing first time MPs at the Etruja top 10 best performing first time MPs at the end of the first quarter. The Etruja Emma. And Enra, I told you, say, the second quarter ranking, no, because second quarter ended in June. And the first quarter, no, January, February, March. The ranking top 10, no, Ebremo, said, more mutie, no, more aware of. And we promised, say, at the end of every quarter, be this ranking. First quarter, no, you can't catch them, say, na actual parliamentary business na ensure here, and they share 3 different criteria. Na back visibility in their constituencies, or more presence online, and a tangible impact project or more in their constituencies. In no particular order, at the end of the first quarter, na a list of top 10 performing first-time MPs. Na Francis Asenso-Boakye, Bantama MP, Dakwa Newman, Okaikwe South. Is it? Okaikwe South. Michael Ochrebefi, New Joabin, South. Francis Xavier Sosu, Madina. Afrifa means are the first name, crying. Afrifa means Amasaman constituency. Member of Parliament. Eko Vincent Asifwa, Old Tafo. John Kuma, Jeso. Gezela Tete, Ewutu Senya, West. Adomako Mensa Collins, Afija Kwabre South, and a Farouk Aliu Mahama, Yendi constituency. And in no particular order, based on the criteria set out in the first quarter of this year, no, these were our top performing first time MPs, top 10. In the second quarter, and so now April, May, June, July, in the end, the ranking bar this quarter, no. The one criteria aba beka ho, and that criterion no NSA because now actual parliamentary business ashas here into your performance in parliament. Yeah, the ababe can yeah, parliamentary correspondent or tracking all the first time MPs. Obia contribution on the floor, or performance at the committee level in the ISA Germany, comprehensive work has gone into this. And yeah, the top 10 and based on the ranking, no, Obia project Hawaii in their constituency near Dinano, you will exclusive photos ewa ha, you be shown in Namamo, ewa Facebook Live, in the motion and so, and for MIA, ewa Ekosiisen saying Jumedi eso. But that's a ewa ha, or no edi demonstration echi ene for Adom FM, Adom TV, and Asempa FM. That's in it's saying.
Obi bibi akoko na mo zo e.
Ya me adoma hode ho.
Twede ampa da o ma. Anya kwa ba idi.
Super. Peja Mike na no kakra emaye. Aha. Na yenhwe nti enne demonstration sha ase wo hen.
Demonstration is here or Akramo around midru hobe 610 we do na enkrofoni bi aba kama na je say omo twen say empanimfo no ba bedu na je say de ombe no ma ye na omotu ye du ho no mo ma ye ti ase say ebo 9 o'clock na ye be free Akramo na ya sha ase ye nante from that place to the seat of government Jubilee House and free Jubilee House and the nyachiremu e o ma she bedwe fie ente 9 o'clock no more see a movie no a ball almost getting to 10 and Sunday to me movie with the reason being that we share stretch in Israel from Medina Eba to the central business town no na traffic or hopa and almost so say omuncrophobia or free Medina and share so bano they are stuck in traffic near there didn't you know so much train out till 10 o'clock and sana ye to me to nti ebe 10 no and I just say an auntie and ye shasia and ye didi mwa ebesi Jubilee House petition no omede koma nipa oso omede ma no na omususu se anka omampanyin na anka MP anka ombeje san se omuno mpese my address no but senior no man ko no na yanya nti se omampanyin so nkrofo bi aba nchen wo so otumi ntiro wo so oyi obi a obefi ni office no aba beji petition nti mpanifo ebeje kopim se yakodru Parliament House yedru ho no both majority ni minority leader no mo nyina e ho o ma echi ahye speaker etukwan oko Nigeria na no pay sane say speaker o Nigeria atu ni safre no enti e wo say ono eko enti omumienu na so mo gina mu a omoji petition no e dey free
minority and majority
yes omumienu nyina a omoji petition no enti obi na obisa sa pepe na ko
enti bebi omo ye omaji so omo petition ne be ko nyina no munyankofo e mo baba beje
yes so
that's the Jubilee House and a Parliament
House.
Great in the mu amutie yen no ebia yes you've heard about the demonstration but unya kwan enya live pictures ni bi enhwe and what actually happened on this demonstration ye wo exclusive pictures no at the emamo oba Asempa 94.7 FM ye page e wo Facebook you would see all the pictures of how the demonstration went and not paid through this afternoon because somebody parliament petition they call yenche and somebody petition they call parliament. These are some of the pictures. What we've done is here some drone pictures in Swamamo na mehu how Neoma is ekoye on this protest march and the NDC youth wing organize ma yenche into following them no impanyifo be notable faces be na hu
yes na nkasa from the your friends Accra Mall no anopa na ye hu say chairman of Swampofo e bae ene mebunu ni bibe kasa general secretary of the party Asedu Nketia e ba ho me hu some members of parliament some Jata George no ho Fifi former Kweti no ho sanso na me hu ato ono so e ba ho and some yes first time MPs nimu been so ebiba wa kama but so we share from the party executive level say chairman aba secretary aba organizer no ho
akamba hu akamba
yes me hu akamba ho but nipa men hu no ho National Communication Officer Sami Jemfi me men hu no ho yes and throughout the demonstration many among so buyer men to me say wa but me say bia me hu no because he was one of the people and na me target sanka me hu no na nka me na twetwen komo na so me ya me hu no ente ebano the
national executive
yes ono na nipa
man she dey organizer no
yes women organizer and so many among so yes many among so enti sana kwa but obi adiba ko a a year me one wakakra. Onim say from last year be March more and a COVID ne buy and COVID ne buy no na demonstration ne gathering na na say abra. And from that time to today no na ke yense da nye demonstration bia ewo ha. And one would have expect say since a year demonstration na nipa nso atena fi ache na they said mama ya tie say unemployment ekosoro nipa anya adwuma anya ne ade no. I had an anticipation before going there. Na me kase bia anka yebetumi enya
numbers more
even
than
though,
what you saw.
Even though you numbers, let me say, oh, numbers no, yeah, but the way I me doing na me to say bia anka numbers near the ade no my hunu sa min to me kase nipa ma bejo baby na me jani nipa me hu ye no o you met me kan kro benya be 2000 plus near the ade so what you say but e bia na anka me suze bia anka ye ko ho no e bia 40,000
even for the NDC there are other demonstrations to compare this one to.
Yes,
I remember say the last one on we before elections 2020. I think that was quite massive.
Yes,
you know than
but
this one.
Ubi some of the demonstrators will be so more. The reason 20
organizing
1 week, and that is why in Crawford now so recommended. Pablo said within the space of 1 week, you know, but we mobilize this number of people, no, why are there? But in Crawford so because of COVID-19, people don't really want to come out. But you could do no paying for the nose mask by and one of the things I met me recommend you most of the people I mean
who share our Facebook live the picture you see now one picture a lot of the NDC people on social media Asempa a drone shot of the crowd minim baby ana omedu ewo eha o say anyway yeah a drone shot I don't know where they had gotten to at this point but Utimo said this is one picture a lot of people are share and it captures the crowd as they poured out for the demonstration and Timo Amoshe Facebook live no you would see it but I said yeah in reporter on the ground can say okay with an expectation and even though the numbers no were good no he expected more than what he saw and it was our demonstration
issues relating to COVID
yeah
and Chinangrophobe na kaze COVID-19 nipa de do na entumi empoama but say obekaya nura no answer ye beko demonstration no the statement be ba bonten no mo kire say wo obeba ho bia wo say wo she nose mask na o be social distancing na betumi ayeduma one of the questions na me bisa ne say with demonstration how do you make sure say social distancing ebetumi ayeduma but ye kodu ho no ade ba ko omutumi ye ne say they provided nose masks
for bia okay
wa ba bia wo ko nkrofo kitikita ntu du ona say ye mfa nose mask ye be ma wa hye na ye ko no ana me hu general asedu nketia not ne car
okay
ne mu osoro
okay
and it has been the first time I follow demonstration from the NDC and the NPP me hu asedu nketia watena ka emu da
okay
and me bopi no business opening na ka yi mu e no ma meti ase se so no si fo no ne omo nantia se na nipa be pu aba ne nchen aba be twa surface ya no be se observe social distancing no entina ote ne ka ni mu nti nipa be na hu se wote ka ni mu a na it is on the issues of social distancing entina ote ka ni mu ediko.
Okay, but the other thing, so okay, exactly, and una oye interview, and uba you would see us here doing ketia washane butter curry black and red. On datching in aiding come from the top of the car, and we know open top maybe the web
yeah,
and a web on the datching AD and come but that's a good shot. I mean, baby, we in the way na cameraman anyway.
Na cameraman ejina fum.
Wow, that's nice. I think it's good. Ain't it? We need a course so in this demonstration. Apart from demonstrators not security in sort of saying.
Obi, you can't police voice them there. But today will be one of the day I want to commend the Ghana Police Service. From Accra Mall.
Yeah.
me can police for maku 98.
Hey.
No, yes, no mujina kramo.
98.
98. Na obi unhu say police ni kita aba ana say ebia toy gun ana water gun kura. Police ni bia me hunu bia wo ba odi ni sapan na ba. Obi ankita hwe, and they were able to guide the demonstrators from Accra Mall to the Parliament House. Edu baby you say police for ni bi kura tete mponkoso.
Wow.
Oh, tete mponkoso who could do Parliament House front gate and the main gate no but one mo tete ponkoso a omo wo ho omo hwe obraha fa I think say the police have done a yeoman job today. So mo to me hwe me hu baby obi we ka say bia me fa ha na police ni say ma me fa ha na say they were able to guide the demonstrators from Accra Mall to Parliament House. The police have done super.
And apart from 98 now, what kind of Accra Mall no? More common him they be joining here.
Baby, I say as a ya shut down line ni omo okwan no. And from every point, every 200 meters, you see police officers. Every 200 meters, you see police officers. They're everywhere. Everywhere. But like I said, demonstrators need to comport you and the police for today. Oh, they did a human job in Canada. Police for the Juma, papa.
Wow, that's
police
nice.
For the Juma.
That's nice.
Ghana police and that's nice. Wait yet. They did a human job. Juma brutal.
As I work, demonstrated news were comported.
Yes.
Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Now, at what point? And because me who video trendy about Sam George, I think na Okasa. Na okra mic. Okra mic na Okasa. I think at the time na Okasa ma pick intelligence be about phobia eba. E wona ye hin fan na Okasa.
Yeah. Answer on be movie free Accra Mall. No?
Okay.
Some of members of parliament be address a crowd, you know. And in Okasa na ebra na Okasa na Okasa be no Okasa ma pick intelligence be say. Some military officers said that room about because of confusion. Ebra move na or charge all the demonstrators in so who say obi as a military uniform. That's all they should arrest the person and treat the person like a criminal. I'm just using his words. Say they should treat the person as a criminal and hand the person over to the police.
And we'll get the voice itself near Bomochi. We'll get it.
Sa me so can say omuhu obi no so she military uniform. They should treat the person
at this point. No, that's what Accra.
Yes, that's what Accra no move here. Okay. Say if Ebia say statement where now can they fine, but Ebia a different statement.
I think the video I've seen here statement.
Yes. How
different?
Me pese obo. You can say omoni police for and kita ho.
Yes.
Na crowd management ne crowd control police.
Police for ejuma.
Nti omo to santin omo koi. Omo hu obi a she military uniform a ombe treating say oye criminal. O anka say obi a be fro omo na nipa bi no abefro mu no so that is why I've sent you the video.
No. We are picking intelligence. We say
video.
No. We'll pull the video. We'll pull the audio.
Yes. Send on. Be also no route a mo fa nyina no. Work of 37. Mbe fa military bases. To ka say yehu obi na so she military uniform wa. You be treating it so a criminal. Look, we need to condemn it. We shouldn't justify it. Why na military uniform no be from mu? Anytime make us all the video no be at that thing me baby o tin but me hu video mabo I sent it to you. Say asemo kan ye ne say adwuma ye omu ye die omu ni police for na ye.
Yes.
Enti no omu na mo omu koi. So omu hu obi bia wo she military uniform wa. Omu be ye ne sekromfo, omu be ne criminal. We need to condemn it. And this is coming from a young man. Oyobia, say yenya manyosoma ye. Nia na ensem bi ho a meka no na no bi atwa mu. Maka na se bia me abofra. But udru pedigree bia say nay we twice. Ya to abama I represent the people of Ningo Prampam. Nimpre nuso. NDC abako, MPP abako. Police for yensesa omo. Yeba me mbusa da say police for amu hwan na NDC ni wo hwan na MPP ni wo. Military for hwan na mu MPP ni hwan na NDC for wo. But that attempt say you bastardize this precious and hardworking institution. Look, any papa community betimi afum. Yan kasa ne entia omo. Ne Ekosi wo. Why? One of you say what glorifies her and then Ekosi wo no. And some fata. But for a member of parliament, how the Mobianka now can see you who say Ubi share military uniform. You be any second for and as a criminal. This is very we need to condemn it.
Yeah, but say Oma peke intelligence.
Me say bold you no one cast Oma peke intelligence.
Well, ebia the nanabiti yanko, but the full speech not mine. You know, I have him on record.
No, but we'll play
Oma peke intelligence. Crash Obi. Eba be from mu and as Obi ba be see. I will say the nama ye queen as you. Me wa root amonamono. It is likely that you may even see.
Military weapon every Jumakro will
because Mukofa Ministry of Defense and Mukofa 37 a whole military base a whole military zone on them homes on the time. It will can't say we now Obia or Tia Wasama 1 ye. In Kofens will be on my eco demonstration, Ranty on my what they can't cover baby Chumwan Sanoba. Who can't say me or Nam or who's Obiche a soldier tade, what two will be not the abono no prano. Just because it's coming from an honorable member of parliament. Come on, Sammy, why are there?
Mami Nkomo we Emra George Opariado, the national youth organizer, Edema NDC. George, akwa ba Ekosiise saying Sony.
Yeah, nyame ni abe man say.
Nyame adome ho announce where.
Boko na hwan na timu studio honum na ora.
O wa damfo colleague Nana B.
Ade na tigo apaisa.
O se watie nsem bi a Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram Ekaye Ewo Accra Mall on a crowd needing commerce so muhu soja ni bi a wabefra crowd ni mo a that person will be treated like a criminal. Ote
man said you can no the one dey
no me say ubu sasa de na bi koko apai e na me ka say they all can say what voice bi a akọ viral. Sam George, MP for Ningo Pram. Now or address a crowd, no. Our car say Omuhu Soja ni bia. He will be treated like a criminal. And I think okay, we have the voice now. And maybe with your permission, no, maybe voice now will be active enough.
I don't think so, right?
Yeah. I didn't hear.
That's quite a demonstration. We should be looking at the outcome. Now, I'm being to the one that you can find anyhow.
No, say outcome now you go so discuss here now. No problem. At least for the interest of a TF4 you know, this is what the honorable member said.
Please say that crowd control is the job of the police. In fact, part of this demonstration is because military men were using crowd control and they shot and killed unarmed Ghanaians. Yet some people in government had a meeting last night and decided that despite the presence of the police, they intend to bring in the military to halfway. I am sending a message to you.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
To call back his men. We are working with the police. We are working with the foreign police units. We have had no consultation with the military. Anybody in military uniform that we meet on the road, we will treat as a criminal. Anybody in military uniform on the road, we will treat you as a criminal. We will deal with you and hand you over to the police. We are working with the police. It is a peaceful demonstration, and anybody who comes here to provoke us will be dealt with and handed over to the police. Don't worry.
Asempa FM.
Okay, I think that's the voice. So be a Otiebia Ate. But Pablo, how would you rate any demonstration?
I'm rating. Between trial exams. I'm passing home. It's a major mamma. I'm rating as to what the assessment of the demonstration was. For us, we'll score it a successful one. We're happy with the numbers, and the intended results are everything. I believe we've achieved it. But also rating it, between trial exams and passing home, I ain't rating it.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
no man who great. You cannot hear. You better mama namo. Mama baby na mama baby no be sure therefore no my is high rate, you know. But to the best of our ability, our expectations were met, and we had a very successful demonstration.
Baby, Anna, more designated some represented petition. What happened? No, met your expectations. Jubilee House and a Parliament.
We were expecting somebody higher in authority at Jubilee House, not a deputy chief of staff, but maybe the chief of staff herself, or maybe the president, or the vice president. Unfortunately, they sent a deputy chief of staff, but we believe that the message will be conveyed to the president anyhow, anyway. You know, at least what we wanted to achieve of presenting our petition, we have achieved that to the best of our ability.
Okay, the expectation from you is either the chief of staff, the vice president, or the president himself, and a commemorative petition, all right?
Exactly, because this is Ghana speaking. You know, in the worst case, it should have been the chief of staff. But, well, that is who they chose to bring. You know. Without any disrespect to this person, we presented a petition to him. At least the most important thing is to be about the petition. So we are okay.
Indeed, after Eneno, what do you expect to happen?
Okay.
May say after Enne, what do you expect to happen going forward?
So we expect to see some reforms and changes based on the manner the demands of people. My penny cannot continue to ignore Ghana this year. What me ignore the Chiman South, Nipa 4, he cannot continue to ignore the fact that the economy is in success. It needs fixing. He cannot continue to ignore all this. So what we are asking him to do is to fix it. It is broken and it needs to be fixed. The culture of silence needs to be broken. The insecurity in our angle here needs to be checked so that Ghanaians will feel safe anytime they get out of their houses. That culture of intimidation here, they must stop. When people criticize government, they must take it in good stride. So we expect my opinion, which one and more, the AD in all this. Because the back stops with him. And on he's our commander-in-chief, and he's the one we expect to lead some of these reforms.
How soon do you want to see some reforms now? Timelines, baby.
As soon as possible. As soon as possible. For instance, you come with the Chiman South. You come during the elections. So our set-up committee, someone looking into a draft. A committee should be looking into those other deaths as well because they are all Ghanaians. Even when you're Ghana for change, no more. And no life is more important than the other. Every Ghanaian life matters. So we expect that they will deal with it as such.
In the absence of the reforms you seek, what next?
In the absence, when we don't see any reforms in the shortest possible time, there are a series of actions that are undertaking, and at the appropriate time, we'll put forward those actions.
Your colleague Nanabi has said on record, this whole demonstration, to save a failing youth organizer career of your friend is saying George Opareado. How do you react to that?
Usually, I don't want to engage Nanabi. Like my student, I want to declare my sister station. How did you define him? What's a substance? I don't want to waste my time on some of these things. If Nanabi understands politics, they said he's no match for me or no money. The kind of resources that was
Ekosiisen On Asempa
and the kind of
FM.
work he did, his abysmal performance, and the kind of resources that was at my disposal, and the results we achieved in 2020 should tell him that he failed his young people. So he can choose to blow his own horn. No, I did it. I am not doing this to save any career or any reputation. Experience so he can choose to sit in the studio and run his mouth. But when Councillor said agronomy, he was better placed, better resourced. But we saw his performance. Check within the MPP ranks, how they rate it. A copy of the book is still available, written by his own people. And you see how they describe it. So I don't have to waste my time on him. So maybe carry our NDU. It is not for Henry Nanawachi to decide that. When I contest elections in the NDC 1,000 times, I will win 1,000 times. because of what I have done and the youth wing I have built. He's been riding on Samuel Oku's back. Obaye, what has been his legacy to the NPP's youth wing? If Samuel Oku doesn't get involved, his own people said in their book, they need Samuel Oku so that he can, because they know he cannot rally the youth.
Which book is that? Book by no.
Asempa FM.
No, and it's a book an organization has owned up to, so I'm going to publish it.
I mean, I don't know. It's from them. It was an internal document that they sent from. Why would I waste my time on him? So we are not fighting over anything. So he can choose to sit there and throw tantrums. Any problem? But today we've done our demonstration. It has been successful. However he chooses to look at it, it is his problem. It is not my problem.
Pablo, my say, if need be, we would come back to you. Why? Asempa. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. 5 more minutes and it will be 3 p.m. Make us say the National Youth Organizer of the NPP, Henry Nana Boache, lawyer, Ewo studio. Nanabi, clearly your colleague is not happy at the characterizations. Demonstration way in to save a reputation.
Who's a to go up? Say, may respond to and someone cases here now. I will further drown him. I honestly do not want to do that to a brother. So, my cousin may respond is here. One who be so mama. Oh,
resources are winning. I need you know. Still, I resort now.
Look, anytime we lose the votes of the youth beyond, we lose elections. And I've said this before. And he said, "Mabruno empewa went to me and rally Mabruni ye, went to me and Kenya Mabruni ye." Forget the elections. And yes, any day, any time, I will forever praise my predecessors, my immediate predecessor, my boss Samuel Oku. Samuel Oku abetrano catch us and Yamian go on a national organizer. Utimi ye pa because as for the National Youth Organizer, ye juma pa. But you know I am no cancer.
Yeah.
And my boss a jumo ye no. And one am betwa so yes I build on it. Because who we need power now maintain power. Two different things. So we had to keep the spirit in the youth, and especially when our COVID era.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Very difficult year. Difficult to campaign. It did not was a youth wing, you know. Yeah, very strategic.
Asempa FM.
It is a share the percentage. A mebunu percentage you are close about 55% of the electoral base, you know. Unya Philippe and one no. That is why he failed his youth. And some boy and Yamina make say, and some more kind in hand say, me ya one ya. The re-election bid now can call Behangini Butongo Bium. I will be charitable, Miniano, miss saving this. I mean, after all, the very bitter now can say, or no shaman, some say,
yeah, now, me Mukra.
Yeah, Tescom president na Pablo Enenam Legon. No, Enenam Legon. When I was Tescom president, Pablo was nowhere near politics. Uye NDC buy and the NDC. Yes. Uni. Yeah, those times are you started here, you started here, inauguration of Tescom, University of Mines and Technology. When I was Tescom president, now Martin James, of course, and I am a colleague Tescom president, our Legon campus. I ran over out on the campus. Probably maybe a 10 member or something. Dunya has him now, and Matisse or Kansas, I think it's most unfortunate. I was called to the bar before after Nancy, where we are by Nancy.
No, that's how
Nancy,
last year.
Exactly. Was
at age 27 obey MCU.
No, but that is what I'm trying to say. That is good. And I comment, but what I'm saying is that all Kasa was started here, man, your seminar.
Now,
I started way before, no, boom. That time, no. Legon campus. It's Michelle. I don't want to limit this to a personal issue. Don't want to make sure. The last time, near kind, or not taking the personal, but near kind, said, name call for bonus or. And that is why, and then when your numbers, no. Now me quiet walk crowd, Kora. You saw the numbers. Walk. On retron. That is why in call for can because youth wing can participate. And then yamia more journalists and okorane cast in Yaminum Queen. Send ya no musi ha many no visa be. And indeed, yes. And then the law would delay any money because no munya numbers. Almost shall say as at 8:30. Make footage Yaminia, what kind of panel one man on 85.
Ekosiisen On
And no muchan ye course happy panko for Chawan and go for ye on the car. It is because Ninko for the youth wing Nankasan and in you. And the Yaman and America. So I'm surprised it would take you very personal. And America say, is it then a kaka? Etimu. Na George Pariado afina who boot I will say. What do you call a demonstration? Na Opariado ebra NDC ni mapa brantie. Also na youth leader. Oh ye a Washington and who ye who demonstration. Tina me can say. Sana demonstration a baseless. Now say why are there or ye national executive member and to say that is why I said don't get about take he didn't want to participate. Wa ma say ye jano demonstration be no my NDC mo a national communications officer onko bi. National in character. Catch me. Demonstration be.
Now we find us one Kobe.
Oh, I used to one jana.
No, me who ni.
I mean, Anya Bianco be opinions or be interview. Anya Bianco be opinion. So interview. No. That is why Omunyas are numbers and numbers near poor. Now we are demonstration. I was a year ni papa na vim wo mo a otimi kasa. Me nyane kasa nya do say vim ni mu nkofo ama. But you also ya why. Na youth wing of the NDC. Youth wing. Mu base youth. Some yade. Fi image ekuta image a wo yije cars ajefa no mu jenje ni mu say MPP youth wing ochina yesi ye nanado thank you are fixing it gabe hu oparea me chal oya me so the 1 week na oya me the 3 days ebe ye thank you nanado you are fixing it nka wo be hu Are you afina no? Me say me fixing it. Nana, you are fixing it. You are the leader. Nana, do thank you. No pa mama announcing it. Would you know who social media say so what ade our image be also. Class na je fen. Unko for no person mo be for animal no.
As a follow here, he pulled almost all the elected national executives, Opoli, members of parliament, the popular MPs, everybody knows.
With the NDC na yadi, NDC youth way. Don't you move time penny for no mama? A ferry, a collateral damage. And yet to any panel. Because say letters or true NDC youth wing letterhead.
Yes.
A general buyer interview now no say Wednesday for because general crowd no 2 years no so 2 ni kakoe. Mebwa crowd no go 2 years or 3 months we vie anu 2 ni ka no koe. And no use social distancing. No the excuse. No jane no koe. Because when you see the name NDC, do you see the name NDC or say omoba? Obi because nyame no mukrenye me na me who the need for this demonstration.
All the issues
it was probably one of the most useless demonstrations at NDCI. Issues always necessary. Kaka ne kwa ne ba be dead krampo say ni wonu nye politically motivated crowd. When say me ya no. O abrante ye wo say. Ade ni say ya na omo national communications officer beka say oye NDC ni na o can fix the country for no ho. E na aban akobo pa ni akoko no. Me waka kanso ye nimu no. Ye nimu MPP mu. Or a member of the MPP youth wing. Solo the down no. Oh, a constituency. And a national youth organizer NDC back and so there be a brand and MPP ni no can sing be na ND MPP for any new hunting a bob pani cocoon. The next minute na yeah demonstration. More reason is a kaka wound in here.
And other
day, other day, this a day, other day, this a day.
Oh, you didn't listen to the
Yeah,
petition?
only baby. Met me a mau instances close to about 30. A war, ya. I see under former President Mahama. Yenya anwase mebesi ne. It's a new thing. So much na media called the altar of partisan politics. So na ye twene srani abasa. Inti abasa na nipa na nipa bonini na okodi. Sa asem no krabon sa afin go ya afa no hodi because abaye MPP NDC. Anytime make say we no ehun hia me makato say me have a lot of concern about say military for beko na say I think it was disproportionate application of force. Would they in these times your modern means of controlling crowd and other stuff. I disagree with that. You could see your wire military using a phone was a day. Now who is going to support this?
Asempa FM.
No, who is going to support this? And penny grandpa or no share me force armed forces for crown because you na yama obia ho enkusi. That is it. But we demonstration now kasa nanado dan kwa kufuado. Enti yenya insecurity me wa minim. Na say minim za wa kan I even saw it on CNN, Global Peace Index. No?
Yeah.
Africa nyina baby asumdwe wo. Ghana ye toso second. Mienu. Africa nyina West Africa kwade ye ne di kan. So why would you want to create a certain perception? Hwe wonim. Baby bia krampo asumdwe wo sesei. Obi anye bia no. Obenya bonefo bi wom. Enu ti na asem si na emum no ya mab bambo for no say mun deal with this person. Obi o can come by bo so ahememu. Oh, very peaceful. And abonsam could din someone in your tone here. A bass yes. So that is it. Inti baby asumdwe wo kra no. Obenya obi enema ba ku mienu bi a obi be di boni bi.
Asempa
Na no police for yahwem. Na nipa no yato no.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
That is how it is. So why are we creating and obi nyame no creating a basa emwa?
But almost say they don't see that commitment on the part of the president to find lasting solutions to some of these problems, and especially Omwa Ewu through some of these means. Justice is not served.
Police one year.
Police are investigating.
Okay.
Your court.
Nano yaya MPO wu yaya bonye for be campaign time. Police nye hojuma.
Oma ye hojuma.
Nano tutu ya ko Jamestown yaya police nye hojuma na. Nti obi die he military dey omo bi police nye hojuma na.
Almost say immediately because omo demands immediately implement recommendations of the Emil Short Commission of Inquiry report forthwith. In particular, pay compensations to all victims and direct the Attorney General to prosecute all culprits. That's number one. Number two, beyond investigating all acts of violence perpetrated by officers of the security agencies under your watch, ensure that all victims get justice as required by law. Victims of acts of violence from Ejura, Ablekuma Central, Odododio, Banda, etc. must all not be denied justice. 3. Make provisions towards providing decent jobs for the teeming youth of the country through proper structural economic reforms and business support for enterprises of young people. And when a sequel to a point Biomu make earlier in this petition said, the case of student nurses, teachers, tailors, carpenters, Okada riders, truck drivers, doctors, masons, lawyers, traders, civil servants, farmers, to the last man on the street has been of agony, pain, and sorrow. It almost say for akum. It make provisions for the youth. Ensure the safety and security of all Ghanaians. Number 4 of their demand. Number 5, stamp out corruption by prosecuting corrupt officials in your government, other than shielding them We ask that there is a fierce urgency to halt the hopeless nature of cronyism that has crept into government. 6. Take steps to fulfill campaign promises to the good people of Ghana and be respectful and truthful to the citizenry. 7. Depoliticize the security services, introducing reforms to give true meaning to its independence. We charge that these reforms be led by experts in our country and not partisan appointees. 8. Instruct the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice to improve the justice system and wean the judiciary of partisan political influence. And also, we count on your fail-safe commitment to our nation as its president in this historic moment. Now, written for and on behalf of the youth of Ghana, under my hand, George Opariado Esquire, National Youth Organizer, and this into Ghana mebunyina name and a ekasa na nabi.
Oh, NDC mabuno ya adiomu ye bi o see NDC youth wing. NDC youth wing and NDC young for ni bi. A section of the NDC youth wing ne onyo mu nyina akrampo. But you see, that is what I'm saying, say adiomu ye nyapo no very confusing, because unim ye di kan musa na adokwa munji ndi na nya ade obetimi e bia o set up this public inquiry of my minister in charge of interior so hwenkusi yentu adwumuna that same person na osade wo petition asa kwakoma no nipa wo so munjini no osade kwakoma no na wo koye youth wing go anya say NDC for youth wing no krampo nyina because the pictures are yenhu no it show just a portion of NDC youth wing no momako na a whole deputy chief of staff abaji mo petitioner Aomaso kwanso mo si o nkomo expect mo
omo pe least crash should be the chief of staff herself.
Ma NDC for you kakra bi no.
Yes.
You think kakra bi na monante free. Akramo na ba no. A whole deputy chief of staff appointed by the president. Ababejo krata was nka wo expect there. Obi.
Omo pe chief of staff, vice president or the president himself.
Obi. Any brain ni ade omo ye yenim. Any brain ni ntina medical ka say so wo hwe enema omokekan ni nyina it is very unfortunate to drag the death of Kaka onto the arena of partisan politics. Adia NC na waja who NDC youth member onu owu wa Ashanti region ya e wo Ashanti regional party office animu no wo waja no an ye won ka ho asem. But what could drag you be unrelated to politics? What could drag you na bem?
Asempa FM.
Emma, wo enusu na wujina. Ena wo di eye wo demonstration. Now we are no asaba be ka say youth no ho chem look obi nyame no mukre ni covid yon senkenye nanado danko akufa ni nyana na nka menim. They are Mr. Ghana Mabunina all too soon. Memma ye rin finisa. A womb say at ye ya name a refie. I will be covered a dear now. But covered ning name on obi. Ye ni pedio. A mamma be so ye ni pedi. Ye ni pedi. The entertainment industry. Ayana metiase say. Intia na yennuanum bi omoye into entertainment na na bi ene account musa because account pa e bi ene nka ba ko show bi o se nka ko ba bi obenya we se bi eze ma eni ho bi mu ba enye na na do danko akufo ado na aye ba o na leader to be taking steps no resolve ni nya ho han obi aban dwuma efo nyina obi ani ho an ho aka obi agi ni pay in fact ebinum tena afie 4 months 5 months 6 months
Ekosiisen On
na ene kwa mekusu ka se kwa no nyuma ni bi ho no ma omo ekọ shift mo run shift obi enu ayi na di o bi enu wa ayi na di covid akamba bia o call the hospitality industry obi it is worse
FM.
nene obi akram free first bi anka international conferences na bi anka mano nifo ya ba habi nanka omo ye into the hospitality industry hotels no ade omanya bi ene for a very long time no be akrama. To be no kwenye, the world has suffered, and Ghana is no exception. World abrepa. Nese na me CNN Richard Quest. No ka say we share COVID na hwe senia countries be bria call into recession. Now hwe how Ghana kwa na yesi ete nso nani a ono kwa no nwa. Aya yem puti niema. Edi se ne obi ba na ka se mabunu nya adwuma anya. Obi enu ho no ma aban age na adwuma firi nsem. Rather kwa no aban kwa no ebre afanipa kwa mo. And I have scholarship secretary can you go and fees on Asempa and Cassania Yakwa which will crank a holding on keke. And the Kingsley Ajiman sum of 55,000.
Asempa FM.
And Mabuno, yes, I be a porter no craft for next academic year. No cause a micro vision COVID no crampon get me yes animal way now. And you ma why for 4 million be why a pamno. Ministry of Education. A teacher for none we are Messiah. A year a professor Opokwamanque, almost I have crossed some Sabefen this year. A teacher for close to 99,000 a found president, a Kufuado first, a term so be why you do.
But that's the public service or more private sector.
Some people go to many countries, but our government sector. Check it with a lot of countries. It will be any private sector no. And I make us no and yet the doing of His Excellency the President. There be and obia and imagine say bank and kwama obi busiansi nipa ne fan ko train adwumam nanka ontimi san enye sika no san famra no and na nipa na adwuma no kwanye fa o ma nanka mkokwa so e be importers e be exporters omo nanka omukọ ene hwan kwa na eje onima ene say omo omukọ nya no mutimi nkọ nanka omo mu di dwapa no Europe Asia ene omo ntimi nkọ mutimi nkọ obinti a global pandemic na nado danko akufado nyame na yi na maye
Asempa
ebi wia timi mesre Ghana for dodo na no enye NDC for kakra bi no Ghana for dodo na say yesre mo nkoso amon paye mo na nado yegusu awasom covid brom yenwa yenim hawa ewiase nyina no ye heli no because of the exemplary leadership our display during the COVID era. Ghana phone ma wiase mama nyina no leaders bebre na no epeja no kosro onje yemu ahoche de biaba COVID no so enye na nado ne de baaye eye wiase ade abesensen kuma make say ekra nyankoe na se kwa de meti yes delta strain bi so hey
3 new strains aba into delta alpha and ba kokra say beta o say dey we dey
yes
but delta na say dey
yes obi mo media look revenue mo lose dey because businesses are not advertising. One of your main sources of revenue is how you made it. But businesses no emubie ashrenke enyo no so no fault make e continue go fa ni mama ntinema no obebo dehuru eni ma be no kwakobọ hu dehuru. And Ghana, that is how it is. We are part of the global trade. You ko baby to a kwan kwa mono no ko fa niama ba. It affect bibia. Nyame ncha de kwa say kom ensi Ghana. Nanado danko akufado ni so ade hunti ene yetimi nya bibidi kakra wa hase edu obi mesre baby a ye wono ewom se ahoche kakra ba COVID no so no enye nanado ko fa bai obi yanim ye wa ha fini etri kakra yes ya de bia batensan ya lock it down ye enye hwe eti eye for very long time ayenye ye obi oye into event okobo obusia ekoto sa tent CB abawo ene nyema bia ye de ye event for 6 months ni ya lock it down ye nya hwe untimi fa ne ma ne rent na jumagu bibia eye nkoso wedding nkoso outdoor nkoso obi anye party
Ekosiisen On Asempa
birthday parties bia ye nye eta affect bibia enti na me ya kakra sɛ enipa binom refi baby free by ɛno nkyerɛ sɛ Nanado Danko Akufo-Addo His Excellency wayɛ hwɛ han sɛ ɛneɛ yare no ɛnyɛ yɛ ne free by kora me deɛ ɛneɛ ma mede me sa hyɛ mede me fa manya hwɛ Nana has shown great leadership during the COVID era and after, and I'm very sure
but say na utie MPs a bad demonstration in the beginning. Now one MP after the other made the point about creeping intolerance into the system and the fact that people don't feel safe speaking their mind and what is our narrative? You are the youth organizer of the ruling party.
We are journalists. Do you fear to speak your mind?
It's not about me.
No, Obi, you don't get me because someone be saying no can. How? Ghana ha. Operado wo friend on make Canadian. We are near my total petition on the president. Ukwa president apa ne hunipa deputy of ombeje wo why na Ghana ha on Canada radio stations a Ghana ha no pa bia Syria college obi a frɛ Canadian. Ko social media ne kɔhwɛ known people, known activists. A big trouble Nanado. A big trouble Baumia. Known. Why not see a sort of minute someone in Canada? Any people who can say just for political, discourse. I mean, you mean, you be see a cabby say, why try make us obi wo we a seasoned journalist who will be an kwasemunye what being what jimudo. Eti enyina so be ne de ka say there is creeping intolerance and that yaka obi kasa bo ahye nim hwan e no se Ghana ha ontimi kan asem hwan pa obi me so hwan journalist ben no so we ko cover bibi no ko cover bibi no ontimi kan asem. There could be pockets of instances be are be condemn but why former President Mahama can ask him or your opposition leader. Baby, one more opposition want to make us all. Look, me a vice president for International Young Democrats Union. Ebu oni ene African states ni bi kushia. Ultimate press conference crowd. Press conference na gisa what show letter. Edi akọ baby na committee bi akọ tena so. Na committee na akọ tena so na ma veto wonsem. Also we do speech ni kọ ni ahwe. Ekroma Upeja one we are having press conferences, blah blah. Why? The Ben what is say yes NDC for your press conference in Tino. Ya momon kasa. Etino obi nkanche me eno ne he Asempa nyina so be pa na omode kasa particulars be eno omode kasa yes creeping intolerance obi ntimi nka na asem. Why? It is not true. Nana ba hwe ne ma waye. Right to information bill yenye ne ben act. And then Kojo Adaroma was set up Secretariat kama Ademan under Ministry of Information or any kama. Right to information bill how many years ni?
Close to 2 decades.
Exactly. So why pa na Nana Danko Akufo under on one so say criminal libel law mu e bra no ya Attorney General under yenana ebibia John Ajekum Kufo. It obi mame particulars me hu obi mame particulars bi emu do o say obi pese o kana adwen anya aka ne kasa bo ahye ne yam obia anopa ade ba Ghana ho ade ba ko pa anopa o sorry ya
Ekosiisen On
Asempa FM stations bebre enenamu obia kana sem communicators so obia di ne djuma Syria callers so frɛ obia Syria testers obia chena adwen.
Messages kakrana fe Yentwas please inform Nanabi to make a major effort to rescue the youth working with the Nation Builders Corps, NAPCO. I understand that for about 4 months now they have not received salaries and some are threatening to stop the work. Thank you, sir. And thank you too for coming through with this one. And Abi Ewahawa taking note. Wait, good afternoon, Obi. The NDC demonstration today is nothing but an exercise to burn calories. Nothing more, nothing less. Again, the NDC is virtually losing its enviable position as a formidable alternative if they should continue with these opportunistic style of politics by playing on the citizens' emotional keyboard. Please tell Nanabi that the party's activists are also suffering. He shouldn't make it look like all is well. I applied for scholarship. I called him and informed him. Till date, I've not received it. And the scholarship secretariat sent me a text message that mine wasn't successful. He shouldn't make it look like all is well. Nana Equiamwa Boaten.
No credit. My mini Central. My mini Mrantiano. So, no credit. Scholar secretariat application are Omunya. Now, no, even foreign scholarships, crown. Many Kingsley Kasai, interview nipa over 4,000. Meanwhile, speeches are one more before just a little over 100. And nipa 55,000, or more apply, a boo close to about 1 million. And Mestre say, Unyanum, a bienya bipa, almost a cost Tibiana Unya. Me gidi say that you be me very 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 sorry for ne waka napko de no so no obi over frame wo hase wo china I will follow it up na ma find it out so 4 months ade na mabunu no and sanka I will personally
that's on napco we say clearly those comments from Honorable Sam George were not honorable at all. Ejra is still fresh on our minds. We need to move away from such utterances that have the tendency to destabilize the peace of this country. Hashtag Ekosiisen. Greetings to the National Youth Organizer, lawyer Henry Nana Boache, Wayfree Alex Martins, and he's in Koforidia and Odiwea Brain. Let me see the other ones here. Where in fact, listening to Pablo is despair in the action they took in demonstrate. Okay, Operado and Dr. Hanabisu just got into this demonstration just to, okay, that's not fair. Onel Amponsa in Amsterdam. I hear you. Where's Obi? In fact, I'm surprised Sami Jemfi did not take part, but I will come and talk plenty. But that has not been confirmed. They won't take part. Your reporter is away. And a second Katia, who is supposed to lead the crowd, was also hiding in his car in the name of social distancing. Who was he expecting to go and catch COVID-19? The demonstration was indeed bogus. Gusty man, Brekum, and Odiwea. But Obi, honestly, if we had known this number would turn out for the demonstration, we, the NPP youth, would have asked the police to rest so we provide our colleagues with the needed security. The Ghanaian youth is becoming discerning and would not fall for any political gymnastics to revive someone's re-election bid. Jamaluddin and Odiwea Brain. Good afternoon, Obi. Obi, the picture above should tell the president how the youth in this country are suffering. Awal Muhammad Husseini Ewo Akroso, and that's the picture we showed. And Nanabi said, Carson Kwa Ajefa.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Let me see. This one says that I'm happy Nanabi, the National Youth Organizer of the NPP, made his point very clear to the Ghana Police Service not to deny the NDC's Operado and its people from going on the abysmal and disappointing demonstration. After all, Obi, what did we see today? In my days at the secondary school, I organized a demonstration and the numbers were more than what a National Youth Organizer of the NDC has poorly done
Obi,
today.
Police for no come up with NDC for power.
Ade.
I am a papa. Obi, Sankoman Kase initially no more monqua, and Kenya publicity cry. Omuna Boamo, Janameka say, Momunko. Omuna Mabomo, where cars Najif, and me happy channel grandpa me something. Momunko. Ah, Omunek, Unze Bar Sano, Nabe back and forth, Nasa Omenya, another platform to write another statement. Omokasa, Omobamiako, Mumianko, Yebeko, Nene, Aquakoye, Adia still, Ekuta, some life. Oh, media no be nice. Go. But
the point is, is it always about the numbers? And yet about the statement.
We quite once as a war yard in us in Pagidia. Obi, and some of ye can no. I am the intent. So once some Tony Parkuma swa. Obi, I am not walk around sorry. A mass movement. A peja. Where? Demonstrations are made, yet the anymore organizing. It will have 5 a.m. Busa for German operations, Busomo. 5 a.m. Ne Usem Kofo a boiling Kofo Nantiaba. A 2 months by 6, no. Ne giddy. Ah, we us at 7, 8, 9, almost struggle, and o reporter kan we obi me na me ka be say bia mpese me discredit na o reporter kwa say nyame no mukure ni when susu ya o nyama ade no kwa na raho but you see ono no a reporter ntino mpese o choose ni words carefully look ono ankasa no ne raho ade omo ye no but on o kan pe obi ka say wabekon tia NDC for eno ntino also choose ni words carefully say o send na ade ni sitie na nkofo ni ye dede sa no na nka me fi say enipa beba no bedo so pa but na me ko hu ye de me akra no there be nyesa na me expect no kan say why diplomatic but that's fine but it's a failed demonstration
based on numbers
based on numbers and even the intent me say na wo kan even as enter make to say as obi pese odi ade we no epeja na nimunyambi
on Asempa FM.
I've said it.
He says if he contests elections 100 times in the NDC, he would win.
And yeah,
so on
quite any elections, me quite I wish him well. I wish him well. Oh, say me no. Send a re-election bid that oko minim ni oko minim so oko youth never.
Oko for national youth organizer bill.
Osa ko biem.
Na ngonkwan.
Me fi sem ko be ko.
No, oko for national youth organizer.
I no mo ni age limit na me ko me nyame adma this man dey am 40 years my pan apparent so so chemi akakra kama nti
now MPP Moody 40 ya undimi contest
na your constitution
Moody 40
undimi nko
for national youth
yes undimi nko enti na me wan say nka me colleague den ka me nyame ya
adama say bia wanyi say no
da bi operate chemi kakra o chemi be mfienum
oh mfienum
I'm sure me jam mo say opare
no we are umate wa chimota school
o zeni fa ho bo bi on school tem eni fa ho enti e mo say me nu me free you for no onu the person say gitintima ho but I will wish him well I will wish him well in that way no eno de enya de a.
Anyways, let me continue the messages now. We still have a lot to talk about. We'll bringing you the messages now. We say if they really cared about about Kaka, they should have gone to a Gerard to demonstrate, and Ghanaians would have taken them serious. That's from Aki, and he's in a Fia constituency. We say, I observed something today which I think is progressive in our democracy, to see the State Broadcasting Corporation carrying the NDC demonstration live on air. This is the first we are seeing such event in our history. I will encourage other TV stations to emulate same going for it, so that Ghanaians and the international community will have the opportunity to get first-hand information during such demonstrations, to minimize the tendency of people misreporting fact and putting out misleading information. Prince Kamal Goma and Odiwe Abba. This one says, let me see. I think there is one here from Alfred Kojo Tradels, and he says that, good afternoon, Obi. Today's historic demonstration by my beloved NDC was more than successful. The comment made by Honorable Sam George was on point. Soldiers are kept in the barracks to allow police to do their work. Thank God it went on well. Kudos to everyone who participated in the demonstration. Alfred Kojo Tradels. We say, Obi, I love your skills in playing the devil's advocate on this failed NDC demo. Commander Nanabi is sizeless when it comes to organizations and pulling numbers out there. Obi Kake's unfortunate death cannot be mocked by some self-seeking politicians and fly. Simpliciter. Kudos Nanabi. Nyaminsa Wum Reloaded. Farouk in Tema. And Odiwe Abraying. Let me see the other ones we have here, and then we can wrap up this conversation. I do not want to describe the 169 protesters demo as an exercise in futility. Alas, keep fit is good for the body, soul, and mind. But lest I forget, you see how smart General Mosquito is? Knowing the likelihood of the Delta variant being in the protesters' midst, he decided to remain in his car while the carriers did the spreading for free. Good day, Nana Boache. Sir Obama in Pokwase, also a former NPP National Youth Organizer, hopeful. And
on the statement,
in the statement about so withdraw from the race.
Also a former there. Look at the title name is
former National Youth Organizer, hopeful.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
Obipa, you think that the vociferous Sami Jemfi would be part of this much talked about demo, and no one would see him or hear him talk. Abba, Idi Muhayuddin, and Ebusa. Obi Samia Uku rendered Sidi's leadership useless, but the current situation is worse. Pablo tried to redeem his performance as a youth leader, but failed bigly in Donald Trump's voice. He should humble himself for the Dean of Youth Commanders, Nanabi, to show him the way. Ghanaians are better off under the Akufo-Addo-led government than the PNDC, AFRC, NDC 1, NDC 2. Pablo and his enablers are NATO youth, no action, talk only. Samuel, Brian, Boabin, and Odiwe Abba. We say, Obi, I support Nanabi that they failed to pull the numbers. Even Sir John's funeral pulled more numbers than them. Hopes Nadoye, so there. Hopes Nadoye, good afternoon to you.
Another senior architect for demo. Don't know a demo expert.
Nana, my engineer wrap it up, but in your heart of hearts, no matter how you look at this, these are youth of Ghana up onto the streets. The placard and Ekra Ebinum carried a certain message. And as youth organizer for the ruling party, irrespective of how our say demonstration, no, you should be shaking. Say the youth of Ghana are speaking a certain language.
David. Obi, shaking be anim. Nema canon say, Eya hu hi ani ahochra wiase nyina komu. Enti mesre Ghana mabunu dodo na no.
Asempa FM.
Omunya agidie wo nanado danko akufo ado moto aba na ma no. And obi madi kan ka se Ghana ha. Se mabunu no yi wase akonya wa wie. E mabunu na e decider. Ni aka nyina no ebeto so ma ne boa. So if you fail to satisfy the youth woefully, wa wie. Enti especially COVID is aba ya. Na ma hu hia akra sa aba mo. Now, in the midst of that, now consider the exemplary leadership on another show here. Eti yane and no be sending message be say mami painting picture be say all is well. That be obi I will call my cat or say and I want chaba kakra because COVID no I know shit. Adi ahu here pa na aba. It is a metna we fidie su pa na me kasa asam na obi. Me akwa na me di me hontro
on Asempa FM.
Because me kwa no as a youth leader me pressure ba me so from my youth enya nsem ni nyina na betimi aso ano dodo na betimi aso ano no aso ano it is a me betra wa fidie so kasa ba ku mienu bi e koso no enya de o basis bia na me boa dabi me mfasa ahomaso kasa na ma ofidie so da na emom ne me kan say so bi ba no be kasa Ghana fo nyuma abọ mo a emze na do hwa enye no kore because obi bibia ni hono ma me kwa me fi say ne ma bi wo krampa nka ban kra bia na so say nka wo hold ne ma bi on kakra pa da bi enna me ma examples bebre no yeguso a ye factory si yeguso a ye koso a ye bi medical scholarship kwa na me fi say nka wo say nketimi jai. But foreign scholar and run a when was it? It was last week Thursday. And I get funding, so I announced it. Say almost maybe foreign scholarships. Already kind ma postgraduate no ne undergrad ni ade do. It be no. E koso ba ho kire wo sister no and no enye nanado danko akufado. His Excellency Nensa no odwuma.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
At the bonia COVID dey be since in community. Enti dwadifo nyina obi atiase but His Excellency the President nso no on kan nsangu ne bo eno on fa nsanso nhye ne dembre fam enka so wajai watu ne segu wiem untimi nye he is working on it budget yaba ne ye hu adwuma first in nyame yad ma me sure se bosum ye wumi ne ye koi ye betimi aye all the appointments we na afi obehu the agents of development no former ye adwuma. Enti Obi, that is it. I will never sit on any platform, including your big platform, and can't that. So be a watono, the name you could debi. Men casasem ni bida. Name so more casasem. I name ya. Look, Oparado casasem young. Also, a self-inflicted man-made pandemic under former President Mahama. Dumso, yet name 5 years. Mekaya bra. na ye May Day. Na former President Omar Carter says smart businesses are not laying off workers. May Day last year, any this year. Na Nadu Danko Kufa na or encourage the employers at the sector. Ejumaifor. But Emrebia Jama yenya sad in Casani Nebia from former President Mama. Former President Casson, one magician, and on Menumaba. What is handsome with another Kufa? Menya magician, and on Juma. Can't say more yadia, can be a chair power. Yeah, teacher training allowance. Yen Chamu. Nursing training allowance, yen Chamu. Me say financial clearances had be more recruitment kwa esakoso. But under NDC for pandemic or one kofa ba do so because of mismanagement intino. Na yentimi ntua teacher training allowance, yesi ni sika. Nursing training allowance, yesi ni sika. Na yesa de ka national health insurance scheme na egu.
But you've heard people also say that constant citing examples of Neomesi under the NDC, you know.
There be and should be able for 5 years. No. Obi, that is
if
why
you saw challenges, that's why the Ghanaian people voted for you.
Fix them. What be wow performance be honoma. Yeah, the to Obi Kase ne Obi ya de pana. It means Makwakuti e be a station.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Na me ba Obi die yes wrong. Obi ya ne level of questioning no I'm not say. Abrantan wan hwe na akọ shows no wan prepo begu anim ase. So, eti what the toto niema ho no wan hu say na tie. Because still now se wunya NDC youth leader be catch you say. Enyuma egu. Which I understand. But aban so nyi obi adi. But eno no quickly no ya no makase ana leader udi na cha na say leader na anu ya wod no ko elections yi. Ono kra de ono so emre bi ba ya. Jumaifo nya problems and none reaction to say you need to refer. We are better than the NDC. We are not even comparing. Ye can na no be see ne hu nipa no kasa asem no. Ne ye expose no. Etinya say ye dey compare ne akasa no ntini enya ho hwe. Na o de be ye bi ntino enso koso. Ye kware bi nkoso. Ya kasa we bi koso enti bi nso nkoso ya breso. No, that is not what we are saying. Ne kan say ne all kasa asem no hwe ne track record. Enya nipa foforo bi ne kasa asem no. Free SHS yentwa mo. Na monkofo bi journalist bi akwa propaganda bi ne de yentwa mo. Da so koso na nka me kwa de me say nya ho hia ye Asempa FM. Anka be kasa o sia bi adu ne de e bia ye relax mu kakra. Ye bibia ne ho no ma ye twam. But no kwasam ne say sika ho ayedin. Adwuma ho ayedin.
Asempa FM.
Na ejitum so ejitum say COVID-19 akofa sa ho hia we nyina aba affected the private sector so badly and every sector nya say bia baby na affect baby na baby de ekoso baby ekofom enti obi ejitum aminti ne etu ho na mo ene ehu adwuma na make say toda na edue nso de ho toto amama foforo so and we are far better. Na nado danko kufa do ya de pa nti ne ebo na baso nti na mama nyina ye bo na baso nti obi ne NDC for de kakro me de enche bi o ma be ko mu na elections enu nti no ozo mo ye ne be na
elections dey next year
so ma shase ma show mo campaign ase ti ozo mo ye de kakra na nkofu hu se o mo zo ye bibi enum ne ade but nyame enum no kreni this is purely NDC a small section of the NDC now August Street a small section. Nya memu die mani ewu ama demonstration
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
because did omo ye na ye talk it tough and ye we ni na wo hwe enipa about me kan 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 enipa kakra bi ba no memu die ana meka say because intent no enya say ill intent enipa ni akiri lo Ghana for ye kutadwen ya dwe mu do we reason we MPP ni we NDC ni ya dwe mu do enye bibia keke na abedi akire o tu sa ade bi course bi ho no na say we take out say away be modu adwempo atachi na no hye Wakra wa ne betutu and wakudi actually. A lot of people did not believe in this demonstration. That is why you saw such poor showing.
In the Ghana for name some of the we are fixing it the move now.
We are fixing it. Oh nyame adumwa. Yeah, fixing it Ghana for behu. Ghana for behu. Baby I do no. Enya afi ne be sa demonstration yi.
Asempa FM.
You see tracia. Ya ye adwuma ye free ahohiahiam, ye free amanehunu mu, ye fum pukyire mu na epie paa. Pa na epie paa no. De nyame nya yadom. Obi ana nipa bia wu a ya na asefem. Ba se wo tie bi dia obi. Wona tutu de ho a na oda nyame ase. Bia na ho beka bia no yasemu. Obia. Nanso wo tie amama de bi so. Na wo hwe senia
Asempa FM.
E bi hwe omonkra. Na wo de tutu ye die ho a. Na osinyame atorenchem ni wo mi ye frim. Na ade nyina mu so no e de aseda. Ene ayeyi ene ma.
My Henry Nanabuache, a lawyer, national youth organizer for the NPP. That's Papa for coming through our show. And the Abashana Yatwa said, the first part of our show, no, dedicated my NDC. And one national youth wing demonstration, of course, so we a march for justice. Almost shall say a Accra Mall area at the petition Ekokoma presidency Jubilee House. And nobody been so echo. Parliament House. The second part of our show said ye share mobo enrano the second quarter in June, in April, May, June. Na ya dream say after every quarter no would enter Parliament na ya rank first time MPs and the idea is to encourage them for them to work hard and to give real meaning to the role of a member of parliament. Then conquer business as usual, and it will track the performance of the first time MPs. Occasionally, the MPs a was system name that they be so ebefem abo or more airborne modern so abaso. But our focus is on first time members of parliament and how this particular parliament is it's almost a hung parliament, ain't it? Because of the special nature of this parliament, we thought it's wise to encourage first timers, to really give off their best. In the second quarter, our research team and they've put together the best performing first time MPs after the second quarter. Very, very interesting revelations coming through. Our parliamentary correspondent will join us in studio. Daniel Dazi would also join us. He's with the political affairs desk. He will join news. He will join us here. Now, afi yako into details list ayewo and the reasons why everybody is on that list. We'll take you through all of them one after the other. There were some exclusive pictures and so at the mount detailing or more achievement in their respective constituencies. Videos, pictures where necessary. It's a comprehensive job. That's the second half of our show. After this short break, join us on this journey to identify who are top 10 most performing members, first time MPs in the current parliament. It's something you would love to listen to. And after this short break, we are getting into the details. Stay with us.
LPG, I am from a jar and hotse. Nanso se ehubetia mawa, I just would dear did you may. And son, I will be so ujan. Here, Nasha se from a jahun can be ara and j ho. Se wote in from a jahun pampana, bue aponone and pomanu yina, ebanesa, men so ana me numbri biara edi inina mahu din eye juma. Dundum eja biara waso ho. Nafre onimi mano meshe mount. Fasamina in suyogu in from a jaton true one ano. Se ehuro a natural se etue ampa ta ehwe se droban na etwen from agya no hu ntue na ta sesa droban no acha preko mfie mienu biara echi hwe se abri biara wo be soja no wo be pa wo matches ansa na waso wo stove hwe se from agya no hu asode no adum abri biara wo mfandi dwuma biara nkratoyi efri National Petroleum Authority aswe
Yara Ghana. Ne famu shachirana. Semetimi ato mi ametrata. Enem sika me nye free me harvest mu afinti. Yara beta. Papa no. Mira. Yes or no. Afe na ye be yesika for pa. Yes via. Eda mutiri nko. Ye dase. Okuani biada yeso na be mu amamu no. Na me so me de ni metumi edu sam pempenso we. Se wote se meka Yara beta crop lift bow. Ai. Eye foliar fertilizer. Fertilizer e what nutrients. It is NPK, e be zinc ne boron ya ebuama endobaye su yie. Wo betimi di Yara Vita egugu crops ahodo te se tomatoes, meko, mango, ekutu ni cereals so. Me wife kura ni mu. Ya simple. Yara Vita wo hu na enye ya. Wo betimi di afra agrochemical foforo e dia boss spray. Age herbicides. Any weedicides pe enenka ho. Wo ya Yara Vita. Se de be ya fertilizer no kura betimi awura leaves anasan haba no nyina mu amobia ayi na dwuma yie. Na menye bia to he. Wo benya Yara Vita crop lift bow. Ewo accredited dealers. O Ghana for nyina. Dodo afre Yara Ghana 0302 779 854.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank me damase.
Sure, cow the new. Oh say Ecobank, yeah cruising. Monsu bet me cruise wo wanka sa ukemu. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package inti. Koyen card dealers ahudo pia no ye duma baby a. Ye ka da wakoma so. Say new car, say ye second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discount. Ecobank sa den hihye pa be boa mo etua ka no kanyina. Ye mouse interest rate ani boa from cry, ebe brim weni so. Oh, so when your accounts work bank and money how cry. Sa kwenye ye da homo bia. NTN so sa ka no ho da ekeke. Abebu ewie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa ko Ecobank nkra bata bebia na busa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Ensise kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Ensuo mankwa, ensuo yenkwa. Nom Awake purified drinking water. Aboju nsuo a eye kroje. Ensuo na ma wa hodede tena ho abribia. Kai say Awake bottle ba ko bi a wo beto no. Ye yi sika kakra de kon National Cardiothoracic Center. Awake purified drinking water. One for life.
For bulk purchase, contact 0262 351 251.
Nkratoi MD ahwehwemagia tumseye.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, adani mi wie yo. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contractor non so say. Ne feni nyina enkodan rocksters. Wonso wo kromo pa. Wo dwen ho sen.
The contractor no nim ne ekọ. Ghana ha de eba no quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Eye rocksters. Enfie bebre ni na rocksters. Ade roofing sheet papa ne ho aka de. Asum Ghana for.
Enka yesi ya no mu die nso ebo.
Eni adufudi achi na nkotọ ade bone ne Sundache, Fred 0544 338041. Say your metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP cylinder.
Asempa FM.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank me damase.
Sure, cow the new. Oh say Ecobank, yeah cruising. Monsu bet me cruise wo wanka sa ukemu. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package inti. Koyen card dealers ahudo pia no ye adwuma bebia. Ye ka da wakoma so. Say new car, say ye second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discount. Ecobank sa den hihye pa be boa mo etua ka no kanyina. Ye mouse interest rate ani boa from cry. Ebe brim weni so. Oh, so when your accounts work bank and money how cry. Sa kwenye ye da homo bia. NTN so sa ka no ho da ekeke. Abebu ewie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa ko Ecobank nkra bata bebia na busa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Ensise kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, adani mi wie yo. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contractor non so say. Ne feni nyina enkodan rocksters. Wonso wo kromo pa. Wo dwen ho sen.
The contractor no nim ne ekọ. Ghana ha de eba no quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Eye rocksters. Enfie bebre ni na rocksters. Ade roofing sheet papa ne ho aka de. Asum Ghana for.
Enka yesi ya no mu die nso ebo.
Eni adufudi achi na nkotọ ade bone ne
Sundacha. Fre 0544-338041. Say metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP cylinder. Fre Rockstars, now one chawuntum.
We know the dream is big. We know the passion gets you going. And you have the potential to make great strides. The Chartered Institute of
Asempa
Marketing
FM
Ghana has always been an avid supporter of industry excellence and innovation. This is why we are excited to announce the CIMG Professional Marketing Qualifications. CIMG has designed practical courses to help you make that dream a reality right here in Ghana. We are geared up and ready to support you on this journey to becoming a world-class professional marketer. Register today and be on your way to greatness. For more information, call us on 055-274-6592. Visit our website www.cimghana.org or email us on info@cimghana.org. Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, working for Ghana.
That was so macho, Madi, Mira. Yana Udisa. Hey, na malaria na fahia mutu awaria momonia jisano.
Adom malakio mixture ewo malaria ent na yeso nche.
Ye kwa tested duo mu pe anya num adom malakio mixture. Ani gina malaria body weakness yo tiredness yo shim ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura. Na adom natural tonic a esisi ha yisu ye.
Adom natural tonic nenso. Ye num to ya ye ntimi nidie. Eno na ya num bie didi a ye ho tayen sa no.
Adom natural tonic. Minya ni na mintimini die minum bie bono me taisa mo ho ayefe pa ene ya me pe biato ni nyina apenfo abatan a wo mo manufo ne kwada wo ni fie du nsia nka ho e wo pharmacies chemical ne herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch e waka so opposite there to international school 024-2223-555
FDA ahwehwe sa ejedie nkrato emu agye atom se eye
1xBet de ubia pe ho bet traffic sell mo out ya kakraka omo deposit ye fast to me cash out so insurance ma wo bet nyina de ye ni je kra 1xBet won say to me this can be brave from virtual games basketball cricket any group be brave on website na so to me ka 1xBet.com.gh na use promo code BETGH na 200% bonus for first deposit 1xBet bet bia wo gambling ho atru ntitwa ne wa hwe yi nyema wa wundi mfie du wo twemi commissioner Jinka to we atum.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank me damase.
Shy, cow the new.
Oh say Ecobank, ye cruising. Monso bet me cruise wo wankasa ukem. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package nti. Koyen car dealers ahodo PI no won ye adwuma bebia. Ye car da wakoma so. Say ye new car, say ye second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discount. Ecobank sa den hihye pa be boa mo etua car no kanyina. Ye mount interest rate ani boa from cry ebe bring when so oh so when your account work bank money how cry sa kwenye ye da homo bia entien so saka no ho da keke abebu awie preto free 0800 003 225 anasa ko Ecobank nkrabata bebia na busa Ecobank Auto Finance Package ehihye kakra wo ho Ecobank the Pan African Bank.
Wow. Aha Dania brochure.
Global lighting for lights. Any home accessories papa ne ball from Sunu. We're providing lighting solutions for Ghana more than 20 years. Wabamu pay no environment at side for fair. Europe Niema, the highest standard in terms of quality. Ceiling lights, outdoor lights, chandeliers, wall lights, compound lights, LED panels, spotlights, braces and surface, switch and sockets, wiring cables, and the kekahua, electricians, and the contractors at the year one projects no will free global light.
When are your friend ultra modern?
Papa B, street lights nipples now. Water one near ma was sunny ama with technical advice and after sales service. Spentex 027-900-3066. Only textbook market deep anymore. Osu Ari. Oman phone flat 0302-769-382. One in my coffee house in the division.
Asempa FM
0278-744-886. One in Palace Mall in the division anymore. Santas runabout.
Global lighting.
And Kania Pahifi.
Get digi with it. hash. Get digi with it. Star 924 hash. On your mark, ready, set, let's go. CBG Mobile USSD Young Co. Star 924 hash. Vanco the go. Smartphone no, young phone no. Ever fire money transfer. For your water bill, for your light bill. Factor credit. Star 924 hash. You deserve it. Let's go. Get digi with it. Star 924 hash. Get digi with it. Star 924 hash.
CBG is empowering you to get digi with CBG Mobile. Simply dial star 924 hash and get digi with it.
CBG, we stand with you.
So what do you Ubepesa ubebo hubai. Se wo dono pa. Ubepesa obeche. Na se wo dono ankasa dia. Edi na ubepesa obo ejuma yeba. Enti toke yeba. Yusu Castro, Food Edge, Magnatech, and TTS engine oils. Car yefo bit se Audi, Jaguar, Range Rover, VW, anywhere what did you walk Yamunina, Adjatum, and walk come for Mawo. Yasheta Ye Castro said ye bembo engine who by Efinachi, and ye finina. And you start to Okano, pet, na Shasia, oh by Wima Okan, Coquine Tinting, a Coquine Tinting, a side Coquine Tinting. Open Chichimua for 0556 579 339. Castro dear, and ye oil keko, and ye liquid engineering and casa.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
94.7 Asempa FM. Sony Ekosiisen Jumedi no asuguswa otie no ma yenna munyina access mokosomo mofidie no edaha. This is Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social and current affairs talk show. Jumedi atuni din Ekosiisen, the multiple award-winning late afternoon political talk show. Bidi your Saibo Nsu from Yobia Mejoso. In the Ebeda Henry Nanabuache Ase, National Youth Organizer NPP, and a George Opare Ado, National Youth Organizer NDC. Yedomunyana say for making the first part of the show no a success. And here it was unfortunately said the munyana mu you know Pablo and Timmy Amawa Kenya who studio because obviously Juma, any organization, they had an internet or break a crab. But we did it on phone. Yeah, it was so it's a developing story, and it will still come back to this particular issue. But yeah, about the second part of our show, say the kind of announce, say yeah, it was so yeah quarterly ranking of the best performing first time MPs. Yeah, first quarter. And second quarter, and so and you say a year second quarter there. And so a lot of work has gone into this. But my main kind message is kaka from the first part of the show. We are Daniel Dazi about the sa studio ha, and then so he was our man on the beat from Accra Mall to Parliament House. 10
kilometers.
Oh. It was a 10-kilometer walk.
10-kilometer walk. Actually, possibly more because 10 kilometers. Say a use Liberation Road now, or you kwana if we Accra Mall Road by Jubilee House straight. Yeah. Na a full overhead no na about Parliament House straight. Parliament but House. You do Stanbic Heights no. Yeah. You money for Defense Ministry, Lands Commission, Switchback Road.
And I'm back. Christ the King.
Christ the King, Jubilee House.
Okay. And I'm to so far.
Yeah, you're on your call Akweje overhead no do you can see roundabouts no far left.
Far left by Parliament
House in you.
Why not you moko far Usu RA? And I'm on far Usu.
No. Yeah, okay. It was straight from Jubilee House. It was Kwaning him now straight to
Oh,
the roundabout.
Ridge roundabout.
Yeah, Ridge
okay.
roundabout.
Okay.
Call left.
Okay.
Roundabouts they call in Meko National Theatre.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
It was quite a walk.
It was
10 kilometers.
10
easy.
On easy. 3 hours 55 minutes.
Wow.
On easy.
Anyway, we want your exercise for the next 2 months.
No. Able to buy in 1 year, brother. Wonderful. Obi. Oh, Nantu. Odu me no so nyen bio.
Charlie. And why they instruments not came?
Brother.
Wow.
Yeah, most of it, because
Wow.
it was very eventful. The energy was high, and timer. Jubilee House, Jericho Parliament House,
Yes.
it probably got more interesting around that time because initially, because of COVID protocols, one
okay.
on the Joy News, for Joy News and Joy Prime,
Yeah.
or you give and
Yeah.
from the beginning.
Yeah.
Into what there were like 4 or 5 different batches of
demonstrators
because of COVID.
Okay.
Into Maminchia Theophilus Tetechai.
Yeah.
I saw him busily making sure that because say he has to stop, he has to literally stop the contingency he's with.
Wow.
And let them go. And they had this interesting technique where they'll get a group of boys to lie on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, there's a car there and there are demonstrators behind the car. But that car coming, I train them. Then they'll get up and continue. So, because of that, but unfortunately, within those small groups of 50 and 100, there was nothing like social distancing. On the day, kind of. In fact, Menye Johnson is here to General Mosquito, General Secretary of the NDC. Menye Kasei. Na make there mehu de binum shisha masks.
Yeah.
But social distancing koye no G2 there. In fact, social distancing in Shedan koye.
Okay.
But we make sure that we attach masks to the majority of people, and I will say there. More than a large majority of people, let me just say
not washing masks.
Not washing masks.
Okay.
I personally didn't see hand sanitizers I was looking around, but every executive and MP I spoke with insists there were hand sanitizers around.
Okay.
Other points, me even mark them. And you know I don't do that thing now.
Yeah.
Me Shama Boja say this sun mask.
Yeah.
When I take off the mask, I take it off totally. It's a monumental no be ben or a box of masks man with you me chen masks. I have it in my hand, but monumental. So that must be said for more Kodo in COVID.
Okay.
But it was a very interesting demonstration. Very, very interesting. No one come I think there is the ringing message, the loud message that everyone spoke, because me Samuel for example for Kase, he said the same thing. Johnson, he said don't Kesia John Gina Paul, Sam George, Fifi Kwete. When was the last time we heard from Fifi Kwete?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
So I was forced to ask him, where have you been? Yeah, there's also Shen.
No, but I hear he is interested in the general secretary position of the NDC.
I've heard something like that as well. I asked him because Bibi there are a few things he's working on that we will hear about soon.
Okay.
And I asked him. Mame Elvis Efi Ankra, who I also
yeah, he's also interested.
He's also interested in one. Hey, on there, I don't know where they bleed.
The general secretary will be quite competitive.
I'm telling you, yeah. But what I was going to say was that speaking to all of them, there is a loud disregard for the Ejura committee.
Okay.
Among the NDC and its ranks. In fact, John Jinapa went to the extent of calling it bogus. Yes.
Committee and
arguments that were making it there. Interior Minister na or appointed in Kofna what's now committee no do. Onakasa no hukaka. Onakasa was suspected as some no onyim hubi. Because ekte you bit the case last of us no okay look on no his position, his belief is that Aman be politician be no fair soldiers no ma wo shooting
yeah.
A walkway Ejura demonstration. It will be Elvis Efi Ankra. His argument is that Eshe won Bobbio, the fact that they were bearded, some of them had earrings.
He made that point.
Yeah.
Elvis Efi
Ankra. He has
saw the soldiers.
He has doubts that he said that there are soldiers nowadays. He's seen soldiers and policemen who have braided their hair, have beards, and have earrings. And so he has doubts that these are actually well-trained people.
Soldiers, okay.
Yeah, or police personnel. And so there is a lack of belief in the committee. There's a call for a bipartisan parliamentary probe there. Cash for seats probe now.
I remember.
There be a basa could be the ones now when I want shusha semnim in a detailed, thorough manner. The interesting thing for me was that was the first or the second point in their 8 points petition. Osei Mensah was there. He accepted the petition. He said that they would, I'll quote him in English to be very specific. He said, we would trigger the protocols which will ensure that your petition is dealt with. And it sounded very
diplomatic,
very accepting. You expect there will be our MPP or Bobe Jabu Kakra. He'll try and respond to some of the issues immediately. He did not. He just said, demonstration at the Papa or your constitutional right into I don't know why you assume dream into Oboshushem Parliament or Basahona. Of course, for Harun Idris, he was speaking in support of
the
them.
Issues in
I want to be na Osei Mensah supposed to say Henry Kasama Fuma Speaker of Parliament, yes. Alban Bagman of Nigeria.
Okay.
He's answering to something in Nigeria.
I hear Mama Joseph Opoku Gakpo Akwaba. Joseph Akwaba na pom to saying.
Obi Mejoso, good afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon.
Nyamiadom me hoye.
Fantastic. Nyamiadom me so hoye pa. Nyamiadom me hoye pa. Na speaker call Nigeria na Nyamiadom wabedu.
Today we have the first Deputy Speaker Jose who's presiding over sitting here in Parliament. Speaker Ankasa is not overseeing the processes. And semester here briefly a free baby at
Daniel Jaina, yes.
Petition now NDC for the buyer. Eventually, it was raised on the floor that this is a petition that's coming from the NDC. Majority and minority leaders. Someone receiving on behalf of a Speaker. It's in the possession of the House. Now they were proposing that it should be referred to the Committees on Defense and Interior and Constitution and Legal Affairs to jointly consider. Because once any process is not usually harmful, it's referred to a specific committee to look at, and the committee will report to plenary, and Sana plenary had decided. Following deliberations, I agree. Right on the floor, Abra Jose was presiding over sitting, but eventually, Oro Seusu make a point that
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Before any further decision is taken in terms of referral and adhere to any committee, leadership should deliberate on it further tomorrow morning before then they go ahead and do any referral. Probably they would want to consult further, including consulting the Speaker himself before taking any decision on the petition in question. The two leaders of the House, some reported here, some colleagues, said the petition is in their possession.
Okay.
They wanted it referred to a joint Defense and Interior and Constitution and Legal Affairs Committee, but Roger said to suggest they should step it down. Now, I'm deliberating on it further, and Sana, the necessary referral,
okay.
Eventually, a decision on referral has actually been deferred.
Okay.
They are also around a
petition. No. Okay. And as we speak, he say normal parliamentary business. I shall say, Bibia Ekoso, right?
The House is deliberating on some agreements, loan agreements near the Abaflo now. That's what they moved on to in terms of dealing with after that very brief deliberation on the petition that was presented by the NDC earlier today.
Okay. And for Joseph Opoku Gakpo, a parliamentary correspondent, he's joined us on the line live from Parliament. And the reason is simple. Juma Yebabe Sisiano ni domain because I'm not reported from Parliament on a daily basis. What I'll do now is I'll quickly run your listeners through our list after the first quarter. And let me say, first quarter, ranking na hardcore parliamentary business and kasa and shares here. We relied basically on 3 criteria in the visibility in constituency, one online presence, especially on social media, how they engage with their constituent, how they engage with the rest of Ghanaians, and I share tangible impact projects and so in their constituency. Team these were the top 10 best performing MPs, first time MPs after the end of the first quarter, after March, at the end of March 2021. Top 10 in no particular order. Now, Francis Asenso Boache, Dakoa Newman, Michael Otrebefi, Francis Xavier Sosu, Afrifa Mensa, Ekosiisen On Asempa, John Koma, Gisela Tete, Adomako Mensa Collins, and a Farouk Aliu Mahama. And when you're top 10 after the first quarter, Daniel, you were here and you go through this particular list. I'm here I say, yeah, change second quarter.
Yeah.
What would come up?
And I think the feedback was that parliamentarians were in the house. Yeah. So they did a major one second.
In the second quarter now, a lot of parliamentary business we've added that one criterion to the number of criteria you were in the performance in parliament and I visibility in your constituency, social media or online presence, and a tangible impact project in your constituency. And Joseph Mejidi said these are very fair in terms of criteria. You're lining up, no meboa.
Yes, Obi. To a very large extent, me heard the names are about after we put together all the additional scores, all the different areas now. It's a very fair representation. For example, Madame Gisela Tete.
Yeah.
In Parliament,
But even the list I went over, the list for the first quarter, and I'm now coming to read the list for the second quarter, and I say your commentary in line with first quarter,
Obi, let's go over the list of the first quarter again.
Okay.
Now, I'm sure your chief one will be can then follow and be clear in our mind.
Super. In the first quarter, yes, at the end of the first quarter, January, February, March, in our top 10 best performing MPs, first time MPs, now Francis Asenso Boache, Dakoa, Francis Asenso Boache, a Bantama MP, Dakoa Newman, your Kaikwe South.
Former MP.
Ose?
Former MP, not meeting constituency.
Oh, okay. Kaikwe South. Michael Otrebefi, a new job in South. Francis Xavier Sosu, ye Madina. Afrifa Mensa, ye Amasaman. Ekosiisen On Asempa, ye Old Tafo. John Kuma, ye Ejeso. Gisela Tete, ye Ewutu Senya West. Adomako Mensa Collins, ye Efija Kwabre South. Farouk Aliu Mahama, Yendi constituency. First quarter, and the criterion was visibility in constituency, social media presence, and a tangible impact project. In the Joseph, where your first quarter list,
obviously, to a very large extent, a fair representation
on Asempa
even normal performance in Parliament. Some of the names are mentioned here, Vicente Asempa and a number of others now. In the course of the first quarter, they had a number of statements on the Parliament focusing on varying issues. They sought to draw Parliament and general public attention to. Except that, in fact, the stronger analysis would come up when we are doing the second quarter.
The second quarter, yeah.
Usually in the first quarter, now Dodona were trying to find their seats, and then Afinana Dodona were trying to understand how things work in Parliament, and even how some carry once they are back in their constituencies. It's a learning curve. It only gets better with passing time, but obviously the list as you outlined, a very fair representation in terms of performance in Parliament. Maybe Bakwa flag a lot of metrics were looked at, from social media presence to performance in constituency. There were a number of the names on the floor of Parliament, in the first quarter, they are not very much visible.
Yeah.
But of course, then the expectation is that other activities whether on social media, whether engagement in their constituencies, none of the boost our performance now would need to be pure obviously a good representation of their performance over the last 4 months. As far as the first quarter is concerned.
Indeed, great. Indeed, Afe, I think it sets the stage now for the second quarter. And second quarter, April, May, and June. Within the period, you say activity in Parliament, na e was papa. And team etnase. Okay, let me say Collins Adomaku main side, and I hear say the constituency near Fija Kwabre North, Meka South, Fija Kwabre North, inti Monfa Encheme. But April, May, June, and team etnase Joseph Opoku Gakpo, myself, Dominic Isieboa, your friends Abednego Asante Asiedu, Daniel Dazi, Yadrin Ebo second quarter criteria na the medical akano. This time there was active parliamentary business in the performance in parliament, visibility in the constituency, one online presence, which is very, very critical because in this modern day communication, digital. If you want to engage with your constituent, your online presence is key. And a tangible impact project away in your constituency in no particular order. After the end of the second quarter, on this list, Francis Asenso Boache, a member of parliament for Bantama constituency. He still maintains his spot in the list after the end of the second quarter. Yenche ne performance in parliament, Joseph, Francis Asenso Boache.
So the Ubetmia Kase are resulting in some Juma wire of parliament and have to do to a certain extent with Nejuma as Minister for Works and Housing, although won't me and Fanny Million separately because you say Parliament as someone ministers been here I went to be Amba because then they had other things they needed to do and they had excuses here and there. But Ora Senso in the second quarter we're making a number of appearances in Parliament as a Public Accounts Committee a few weeks ago, Bekaya, now House may consider a year Auditor General Report 2017-2018. Once to manage that, the first instance went to me and because now also called cabinet, but Omori said he showed up himself. I bet now a Public Accounts Committee, James Clutter Veggie Committee now more interrogating Yama here and there or mad the necessary responses. To a large extent, now MPs were satisfied with responses nearby. But not just there. Floor Nankasanso on a number of occasions, both to respond to questions and also on his own. So Obabe deliver statements. Obabe deliver statements regarding acquiring buying faso in order to prevent flood activities going into the rainy season. This is a provision our MPs take advantage of, ministers take advantage of. Our manka some bound their own. A same way because we're mining why informing people's representatives know about. He in the course of the second quarter, he took time off and showed up to come and do that. And then he's come to respond to further questions having to do with flooding situation.
Okay.
On that score, as a first-time MP, Wama Parliament, the necessary respect and gone ahead up the House to deal with the people's representative on a number of issues are very much national in character. To get me, I can say yes, Parliament can say
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Oh, okay. And that's for Francis Asenso Boache performance in Parliament. The other criteria, and Daniel, clearly, he ticks the first box. I have a
problem with a part of it, and you know that we worked on different sections of it. Joseph, because of his experience in Parliament, he entered and passed them up. But Joe, my point there is that not the case there? Francis Asenso Boache or unfair advantage as a minister, because we are looking at first-time members of Parliament, and fine, on your minister Biana. Obokop Nankasa Obelex Obokakama statements or Parliament about flood prevention or something in his sector. With that, I would of course give him a thumbs up. But doesn't it give him an unfair advantage? Is he acting as a minister or an MP when he does that?
Obviously, it gives him a certain unfair advantage over his colleagues first time.
Asempa FM.
Especially say statements now the command speaker cry in terms of say about or admitted based on priority and urgency. Say first time MP and first statement and any other statement and I'm minister for cranka and buff in yamba floor the crime MINTA.
Yeah.
And can first time MP and public account and minister and public accounts committee in Crichton you are right on that course. He's gotten a certain unfair advantage by virtue of the fact that he's additionally a minister. But it also goes back to the point that other ministers would not do this, and to a certain extent, and yet Obiampo Parliament, to a certain extent, you can't take all away from him.
Away from him, yeah, that's true. And the other criteria, and I think said you shared here for Bonnie were pictures. And we did not just do this. It is you can't say tangible impact project in the constituency, visibility near there are pictures to show on your screens now. More show live on Facebook, and I would recommend say Munyina Mumra Facebook Live Asempa 94.7 FM your page on Facebook. And for Honorable Asenso Boachi, we're making onto your list, in terms of performance in his constituency. Now, some of the projects were to me INT. Those projects will be rolling on your screens. In fact, as part of visibility, one of the things he's done is to institute the NP's clinic into Oko constituency or an office, and constituent come to him one-on-one, which is quite interesting. I mean,
it's something very, it's something done in the UK Parliament a lot, and it's something that's in Kofu Pia Kando de Ghana we be to them. Officer MP Novo they be a personal matter because in Ghana and Kasano Musa Hena man yesem an MP is not just a lawmaker.
Yeah.
He's not just an agent of development in Po. An MP is a very personal part of some people's lives. Echo baby today MP Christmas could be there. And be a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem.
For the people to have access to you. And what I'll say is that don't take advantage of it so that he can involve them in the governance and lawmaking
governance and lawmaking process. So you go back to them and get input any other. And I see this way Asenso Oke's 3 Bantama AstroTurfs, and this is one of the project visitor in his constituency. Projects our Lebanon Club, Cocoa School Park, and Abushen MA School Park. Ninyina our Bantama constituency. The other projects, the pictures are there over Facebook. You would see now when we said the Nyoma is echo in the Bantama constituency.
And this is on the 2nd of February.
Yeah, this is the 2nd of February
2021. Daily Guide newspaper.
Daily Guide newspaper.
Great. From the type of content.
And I think at the time now Abba. And for now the other pictures will show projects where they are and all of that. The picture should come a bit faster. Now more following and so no. Motimi who said the Nioma is echo Francis Asenso Boachi in the Bantama constituency. Edie and Yede Eshasi number 1 on our list. But again, it's in no particular order. And I think so far so the engagement on social media, briefing the constituent on what's happening there, quite impressive.
I think look, let's put everything aside. Asenso Boachi, even as minister, he on Ankasa no obekache hen about flooding, Obama flooding updates. Time Asagle me Asemne Ben, I think it was Hassan Ayariga who put out a video on social media. He immediately reacted. And so it looks like he's someone on pedots na Asemne Bano overwhelm and sana. And he has that attitude. You see here that he has donated 2 pickups to the police.
In his constituency.
In his 30 Bantama shoemakers get a sense of support. It looks like the politics page of the newspapers. No, sometimes
on your coverage,
I'm telling you, sometimes when you review newspapers, you don't look a lot at what is going. But in fact, if you want to track your member of parliament, it's a good place.
And this is a Bushine police station, and so a police headquarters building for the Bushine district, Oko Commission, and we are told it has reduced crime. And that's according to the Bushine chief. A great tangible project in his constituency. That's the Bantama constituency. And that's for the Honorable Asenso Boache, making it into the top 10 best performing first time MPs. He virtually ticks all the boxes for us.
I think we should give him a thumbs up for staying on the list.
Yeah.
I think staying on the list is not an easy thing.
Easy.
I'll say, okay, the conversations we're having about the people who have to leave the list and people who have to stay on the list, and consistency is important. We need to have like a special mention for someone who stays on the list longest. After the 4-year term.
Very, very important. Very, very important. The next on our list, second quarter, best performing first time MPs, the Member of Parliament for Okaikwe South. She again makes it onto our list. Dakwa Newman, Okaikwe South constituency. Joseph, Dakwa Newman, first criteria, performance in Parliament, at saying?
In fact, why you could say actually in terms of performance in Parliament, it was actually very much in the first quarter. Once the second quarter, let me just flag this and so that it helps with all of the analysis. Second quarter, Parliament, they started sitting in the third week of May. So third week of May all the way to the month of June, and this few days in July. And a lot of the major conversations now up on the floor are things that her contributions now happening now. The veteran MPs virtually crowded out the space as against new ones. In the second quarter, we had all her MPs now more after that boy Jumana. Over Lincoln to a certain extent, her appointment committee, to vet various deputy ministerial nominees. Now, assessment now. A lot of those they did quite some good work in this second quarter, and will most likely come from there. Madam Newman, her first quarter now, or deliver a statement sometime in March on the floor. I think, if my memory serves me right, it has something to do with Women's Day celebration and then one or two other things. But second quarter, between getting to the end of May through June to the early part of July, there's not been much on the floor of the House itself from her end as compared to the first quarter. So I'm tempted to think the other metrics are focusing on other things, probably in the constituency near the end may have pushed there very much up there.
Fantastic. And that's for Dakwa Newman. And she also serves on the Public Account Committee, right? Joseph, what do you mean?
Obi.
Answer question here. Let me say our Public Account Committee in Somewa.
Okay. Some of the delegations there now. In fact, Public Accounts Committee and Kasansono, they started sitting about 3 weeks ago, and then yes, she's been very much integral in the processes at that level over the last 3 weeks or so.
Okay, great. To the other matrix, share the performance in the constituency, a lot in terms of visibility, in terms of project, into donation and oba in screen is this is for Dakwa Newman. More sharing our Facebook Live donation of mattresses to Accra Academy, mattresses ninkonya any bucket any other Daniel who the econo.
I was just honestly surprised to find that Accra Academy talk.
Oh yeah, that's part of her constituency.
Hey, also.
Yeah, it's a huge constituency.
From North Kanishi all the way through to Mataheko.
It's a huge constituency. And those are donations to Accra Academy.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Look,
it looks really good.
For a first-time MP, the key thing is resourcefulness. That is one thing that you need. Your resourcefulness should be top class because I feel Naba. That is where people like Asenso Boashi will have an advantage because I don't know a deputy chief of staff.
Of course.
He's already been inside the very neck of governance.
Yes.
Someone says it's his neck of the woods. But for that one, a relative newbie in Huafina, you would expect that in the first few months you should be finding her feet. But for her to be doing some of these things, it's very interesting, especially with what I'm hearing.
I think we also donation to cripples in her constituency. I mean, very, very impressive. Ocean Nioma or de Ekoye and they are dainty. As the pictures new rule, I wish the pictures will go a bit faster. Now, Afi, Yetumi Ama. A little bit of background commentary because it seems a lot has happened in her constituency in this second quarter. A lot also in her constituency. It is a Oba Facebook Live. You would see some of the staff are also in there.
A lot of these people, a lot of these MPs take them as a challenge. When these analysis, these evaluations, they are share exactly what is going on. I share the details of what is going on. I remember for another MP who was on that list and has also made this list, a day or two afterwards, I met him in front. No, what baby demo and he's very encouraged. And what does what do I think should he should be focusing on that? And I told him what I'm going to say right now, especially with Obisted account, is that results is what shows.
Of course.
With the outcome is what shows. In this area donation, what's the outcome? Apatina. Or achieving. Even today during the demonstration, I was asking some of the NDC guys because you see, you can. Let's not kid ourselves. Are you doing this to raise support for the next election? You get me? Or you are doing this there, or you're part of a strategy? Which is what it should be. So that was just by the end.
Anyway, again, electrification project. I think street lighting, Kaikwe South constituency. Again, something the NP herself funded into a host of other projects. I think one thing we should commend her for the constant engagement with the constituent. Reporting on just about every move of hers to the constituent. On the Facebook page are very, very active. A lot of these projects are there. And let me also inform you, listeners, a lot of these projects are, and as the pictures are far from MP's Facebook page. And we've cross-checked on the ground who said a lot of these things indeed are happening on the ground. In your Kaikwe South constituency, Member of Parliament, Dakwa Newman, she makes it onto our list for the second time running. Very, very, very impressive there. The next on this list for the second quarter, another person who makes it for the second time running, John Kuma. Ampontia Kuma. John Ampontia Kuma, or a deputy finance minister. Joseph.
Obi.
Yes, Meton Kappa. John Kuma on the floor at the saying.
He's been very good. Who had the kinds of questions that has come up. Abra, Ekosiisen On the level of the appointment committee. He's a deputy minister, not a deputy minister designated, called through vetting, but also a member of a appointment committee.
Asempa FM.
In fact, we monitor vetting process now. Even on specifically they are NDC4 MPs, AMBA vetting now. It was just a one-sided vetting. Now what we saw, then it's a MPP for an now more ABSA questions. The 11th of June. Other NDC MPs Ekromo constituencies, Ekoko planted trees, and committee in twice, so yes, sitting. In fact, monitor vetting now. The kind of panty questions are solicited for more detailed responses are to a certain extent controversial questions. No, we're actually coming from Obitisa Ura John Kuma. Obekaya, there was a question I call Ura Martin, a German across a honum with regards to killing the course what a chimano and what he may or may not have done in terms of dealing with it afterwards. No. Sometimes some of Jima will know are seen as controversial issues. Are you expecting say NDC side no mum nebe bringing up NDC for no were not present for the vetting or no John Kumano he set up for the necessary delegations. He really did well at the level of appointment committee, time and vetting process, no air cost, no, and then even beyond that, he's gone ahead and delivered a number of statements and contributed to conversations on the floor of the House itself. I'm not very much surprised that he's made it to the list.
Oh, okay. And that's for John Kuma. Daniel, watching him from the outside, no? Who is saying John Kuma?
John Kuma, the first time that I decided to take notice of him was when he made the first list.
Okay.
When he made the first list and what was said about him.
Okay.
Soon after that, I was deputy minister, no, and I noticed how he was handling the communication around the Fix the Country demonstration, the Fix the Country online protest. No, yes, so I think that he's very well equipped for what he's doing. I think he's playing his space very well too. First, to know what NEIP, National Entrepreneurial, I think Improvements Project.
No, National Entrepreneurship Innovation Plan. And when what's interesting, say who follow the constituency project, they are all tailored around helping small businesses.
That's exactly where I was going, because one day I think that you play something within your strength too. When you realize that this is where even the Bible says that be strong in the grace that you were given.
Yeah.
Maybe the area and I said this is where you play.
Impact. And let me inform listeners. I say, there is this video, a short documentary of the achievements so far on his Facebook page, and that is what is showing now. In the way, a poultry farmer in his constituency, Omano, 20,000 Ghana cedis, and they share in the Jumemu in the constituency. At least Nkusiane, Nkokomane, Ade Bebre, quite impressive. And it's a video we picked from his Facebook page and other, projects are also in his. You've seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm looking at
constituency. Yeah,
I'm looking at some of this stuff, Charlie.
And these are fish ponds.
Oh,
yeah, these are
fish
fish ponds.
Asking myself what it is.
These are fish ponds, huge ones. In Kofueko into aquaculture, and this is the constituency officer OC for his constituency.
For the MPP,
for the MPP in his constituency.
Hey,
Charlie,
no be small like condition when these ones will go sit inside. Constituency
constituency office.
Hey, Sampine.
That's quite huge.
Sampine, one regional office went far.
And that's the constituency office, where a Jesso constituency, and being funded by the MP himself.
Our good friend from Shama, Atupamford.
Yeah, Atupamford.
That constituency office that
Shama.
he built. And his opponent at the time is Sylphie. Also built a constituency office for the NDC.
For the NDC, yeah, that's true.
When
you saw, I think, NPK fertilizers or the chair farmers in his constituency, he's done quite a lot in this short period, coupled with the fact that the performance on the floor so high, and I think he deserves a place on this list.
And I like the way a lot of these guys too are young. Young ones are always on my he always says this, that the young ones need to be pushed there, but you don't just push you. Also, if you say food your pan, you have to act the part. You have to do something. Now, share your Facebook. It's better seen than listened to. In this radio, so you come onto Facebook Asempa 94.7 FM. Your page now watch your pictures. Charlie constituency office. You command the pressure, but hey, Sampine,
because this is just one constituency office.
It's a three-story building.
Three-story building.
3-story building, And if you look at the artist impression, glass puppet,
it's and I think we also donation to widows.
Yes, we did the story. This story was on our bulletin.
It was on your bulletin. I mean, you were the one reading this particular way. A donation to widows and again tailored along the lines of helping small businesses, helping grow enterprises near in his constituency, NEIP experience, and where I think a microfinance scheme, to support.
You see, if you look for
that's how you create wealth.
That's how you create. Look, how did the companies? I mean, this week yesterday, Jeff Bezos. You know, Jeff Bezos is stepping down from Amazon.
Yeah,
$191 billion worth man with the company worth billions and billions of dollars. Facebook has reached, it took 17 years to reach $1 trillion. The company. And if you look at the number of people who work for Facebook, the amount of tax they pay, even the influence it gives the country across the world. You know, like the businesses in the country. Last time you were talking to Kennedy Japan, and that part of the conversation really stuck with me. The need for generational businesses. Like, let's sit down. Pick businessmen. Let's sit down, look at it. How do we create the next Jeff Bezos? How do we create the next Aliko Dangote?
And it can be done.
Deliberate state policy, a deliberate fishing out of some of these things. So yes, John Kuma is doing a great thing with startups because there's a certain time, and I'll tell you this. I was sitting with the CEO of a bank once. No, catch him there. He's taking about 10,000 cedis from his salary every month to help small businesses.
Wow.
There will be a time as Sikana or them pocho memo be and text him the CEO near we found the people already. There's a certain time as Sikana here no compared to Nimpa Orbe Investment. That's when you're a startup. That's when you're starting up. Just a little to push you. Now one can say so born home on nah, it's becoming something that's like the Kumasi story, a big tree that people can come and sit under for shade.
That's true.
So I'm very, very passionate about some of these things. I think John Kuma,
I think he's on the right path.
He is on the right path. He is on the but you see what the average businessman, any solid businessman will tell you that infrastructure is needed. Into because for instance, this guy who does fish farming, he needs a good road to his fish farm.
Of course.
It will drastically cut the cost of taking things from his farm to the market, which will drop the cost of his product, which will make sure that he can sell more. And
kudos to John Kuma.
John Ampontia Kuma.
Let's move on. 3 down, 7 more to go. The next on our list, one of my favorite members of parliament, Medina constituency, and in the person of Francis Xavier Sosu. Francis Sosu Jinidi wo Legon. Make I say you call Legon or no master student politics na wa Jinidi portray by intro articles of a notice board so Francis Xavier Sosu untumena inti he makes it onto our list of top 10 performing first-time MPs in the second quarter. He was on the list after the first quarter, and he retains his position. Ma Minko Joseph Hona the performance on the floor. Joseph, Francis Xavier Sosu, Medina MP.
Obviously, no two ways about it. Even being a first-time MP, why in the past or parliament
Asempa FM.
Ekosiise over the last
Asempa
quarter, he has drafted a bill which will seek to claim compensation that would be given to people who are incarcerated unfairly and subsequently released. I know it's one of the issues he's been championing very strongly. We've seen copies of what he's drafted from what we gather. He's getting it through the process. A legislative department of parliament has so that then it could be introduced as a private member's bill and then get to the floor. So obviously MPs, they have the representative function. But most importantly, their major responsibility also includes making laws. Although, over the last few years with the Fourth Republican Constitution, a lot of the laws have only been introduced by executive, and then Parliament has only passed. But the real duty of lawmaking, Francis Osuesho said he's capable of it or yes something in that regard. I changed that particular bill no. Ebako eventually took the process now back floor no. But what published details of that particular bill into thumbs up obviously. And then as well. Appointment committee. He's also a member of that particular committee. I asked some of the very probing questions. Over here, one of the two deputy attorney generals.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
There was a question around death penalty and what should be done with it. Again, this is also a cause he's championed for a lot of years that it's actually something that should be abolished. He's not slept on it since he came to Parliament. At the vetting of the Deputy Attorney General, so he raised that repeatedly strongly in the second quarter. Both in terms of helping make law and then interrogating issues at the committee level, he's done it. And he's delivered a number of statements on the floor of the House also in the second quarter.
Wow. And that's Francis Xavier Sosu. He has a very powerful personal story as well.
Very powerful.
How he grew up, I mean, his story should be really the Ghana story. I mean, from nowhere, Abba somewhere. And I think kudos to him for that. The diligence, the will to want to succeed against all the odds. Francis Xavier Sosu, Member of Parliament on the ticket of the NDC, Medina constituency. Solid legislator. And over the constituency, way a picture of books are donated, in collaboration with the Rainbow Trust Foundation and books to schools in his constituency. And that's somebody our clear agenda. I mean, to want to.
You see, because I'll say this, if you notice, most of the MPs that are making it into this list, etumpo fawon hu most of what you want to see bibi about life. Course. Because Eshe Francis Xavier and so no story
I'm orphan.
I'm going to make
grew up in an orphanage.
Thank you. I'm going to make a controversial statement. On paper, there is no reason for him to be where he is now. He shouldn't be an MP on paper because see, me interview, I was looking at his face and say, hey, also the kiosk or the kiosk or do baby a village of hope. I was asking myself there, if I was in his shoes, and came to me and then willpower, does sheer grit and strength to do what he did. But beyond God's grace, in addition to God's grace, what he did was work hard and he studied. His escape was school. What's how he escaped from the life of sleeping in a kiosk or school. It's honestly the first thing then all the books remember.
Your books. And there's I think a video of he inspecting project in this constituency, drainage project Ekoso Medina. And Medina is an interesting constituency. Very big. The demands Charlie.
Very diverse constituency.
Very diverse.
Very diverse because Medina has some of the Medina constituency has some of the most affluent. Because when Ayawaso West Wogon was expanding out. It expanded out into Adenta and Medina. Adenta and Medina. If East Lagona, Erko towards Adenta, towards Efa Ajinga no Hona. Erko towards Adenta proper. Eba wenyim say Eba towards Medina proper. There's Medina Zongo, which is probably one of the biggest Zongos. Remember his predecessor Boniface Siddiq. During that excellent vetting in 2017. And gave the Zongo history and described that Medina Zongo is probably one of the largest Zongos. So it's a big slum area.
It's a huge constituency.
And there are areas that are very residential. So the needs are very diverse. For someone to satisfy the people of Medina, it will take a lot. Which is why I am not surprised that the man is doing it because Medina for
and easy. And he created in his first bare 1 month to create the Medina Job Center. And what he does, when there are job opportunities, they are published on the job center. Now if you are linking youth by which time youth register on the portal. It's quite an innovative scheme to try and also make sure say youth unemployment which he identified as one of the major issues in this.
Which is what he campaigned on.
Absolutely.
You know, they say Ebana said.
But I see this way say bank tellers and credit officers needed, for example.
Medical doctor.
In a reputable banking institution located around Adenta, is actively searching for experienced tellers and credit officers for immediate employment. In Wachero maybe a CV call any other. This is quite innovative, and the little the NP can also do to help. And they be me catch for say you really don't have to reinvent the wheel. I mean, MP any other constituency. These are things you can
you can also transport. Because sometimes you talk to some of the MPs, the excuses are too much. Excuses are too much. You sometimes you even have ideas.
Yeah.
They'll give you 5 or 10 reasons why your idea won't work. So I can campaign a bit. Some of the MPs, let's be serious. Because Francis Xavier Sosu, I interviewed again. And to be honest, I interviewed him and I interviewed Boniface Siddiq.
Yeah.
I think Boniface Siddiq had also done a lot of work, but I spoke to him and he had clear ambitions that he wanted to lay out. He comes out, nobody needs to go and make any noise. Do you see Ahozipa Onkasa? He hasn't called anyone to look at anything, and none of these people have anyway.
Absolutely.
We are here talking about the hard work that he's doing,
Yeah.
and he is fulfilling promises that he made.
Because when you say fashion design training, into just paying within 18 to 24 months, paying for youth interested. To take up apprenticeship. Now you're training when they are Waboa settle up. These are fantastic ideas.
I want to look like Obi.
Congratulations to Francis Xavier Sosu. Solid achievement thus far in your community. You proudly make it onto our list for the second time running in the second quarter, and sort of Francis Xavier Sosu is in there. In the 4 down, 6 more to go. The next on our list, top 10 best performing MPs, second quarter, Michael Ochre Befi, former CEO, Free Zones Authority, MP, New Joabin South Constituency, Deputy Minister, Trade and Industry. In Emeko, Joseph Opoku Gakpoho, in Parliament, Joseph, Michael Ochre Befi.
Obviously, one of the names
Ekosiisen On
I met
Asempa
in the top
FM.
10, most likely as a result of other things they may have done in their constituency and elsewhere. But
Asempa FM.
The parliament bit made very much low key as far as second quarter is concerned.
Oh, okay. And that's for, but in the first quarter, some few statements, Anna.
In the first quarter, there was a bit of activity on his part.
Okay.
Obviously, a lot of the activity was seen rather in the first quarter now.
Okay.
The second quarter, as we had it unfold.
Okay. And Michael Ochrebefi ticks the other boxes. I mean, visibility in the constituency. He's one of the few MPs. Daniel, he is meeting his constituency. His constituents, electoral area by electoral area. Yes. Electoral area by electoral area. And Oboja Open Forum takes notes and all of that, amount for, and I thought that was quite impressive. I mean, say over Facebook, Babesha, pictures of some of these activities, are on Facebook, some of the engagement, stakeholder workshop, all assembly members, 2 days paid workshop, organized by the NP, all assembly members,
teamwork at work,
residential workshop.
Stakeholder for journalists interested in.
That's Michael Ochre.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I see the pictures now.
In his constituency, in terms of visibility and all of that, he's doing quite. We donating, I think, motorbikes to some. I don't know, it's a way electoral areas. So soft loan with 1% interest for traders. 50 traders are benefited so far as at the end of June 2021. 1% interest.
1% interest.
Yeah, on the soft loans. I mean, that's quite impressive.
I'm telling you.
That's for Michael.
Won't you? Ti kana waji won't you abako? Man won yende MP na wa mo honskenti one face kana.
I revolving.
No, I revolving for no biya say because it's wickedness kind of. Excuse me to say some Ghanaians are wicked.
Very.
You take a loan with no intention of paying back. That's what has collapsed about. With you had no age alone. I have a friend who's a friend who sells cars or say car no shana so on tona no akage loan no the car na isi awa no abeje car no nti wa ton car no I mean, wickedness.
Yes, over Facebook, you see pictures of some of the projects I also a new job in South constituency. Honorable Michael Otrebefi making it into our list. Visibility in the constituency project in after the end of the second quarter. Quite impressive. Where a hospital equipment donation to a hospital in the eastern region, that's in his constituency. In all of these pictures, no, Chegu Facebook Live, Oba Ubehu. Quickly would run through, and the next, okay, this is RIIS Presby Model School. And some donations are here to the school and Ninyana Ewa Tuba Facebook, you see all these pictures for yourself. Yanko, the next on our list, the Honorable Kofi Adams. But even before that, the way pictures of some of the engagement, electoral area engagement, in his constituency. Michael Ochebefi, congratulations to you for making our list. In the Buem constituency.
Yeah, you mean the one and only indefatigable Kofi Adams.
Kofi Adams.
I remember Kofi Adams at the, was it the 2013 or 2014 NDC executive election in Kumasi Stadium?
Okay.
The one Kofi Portofi won.
Yeah.
Executives now were handed over Marco Sampo for
knowing. Yeah.
During Rollins, God rest his soul. During his speech, Obi to see Park Noda or Chicha. Who is that? Hey, Kofi Adams, MP for Buemanape. I was with him.
Buem constituency.
Yeah, I spoke to him at the demonstration. Still the vociferous firebrand that Kofi we know him to be.
Wow.
Yes.
Joseph, on the floor of Parliament, Kofi Adams.
Yeah. Obviously, one of the top performing first-time MPs on the floor of Parliament, where this whole issue about South area being disenfranchised, going to 2020 elections, he's raised it on the floor as someone, a Minister for Local Government, Dan Butchie, to come and respond to questions to that particular issue, happen. Apart from that, Mr. Adams as someone Minister for Agriculture, Dr. first of all, over cocoa farmers, Musika, also Munya and Bano, or someone minister to come and respond to questions on that. And not just that, also someone over cocoa roads and what is being done in that regard and whether the money is being allocated for cocoa roads are going where they are expected to go. So he's done all of that and put it on the floor. He's asked a few questions directed at the roads minister over some roads in his area near there. So he's been doing that bit, and he says on the Public Accounts Committee as well, in the course of some of the interrogations of various ministries, departments, and agencies, he's been very much involved. From Parliament, he ticks the box in that regard, that he's one of those MPs on the floor at the committee level, particularly public accounts.
When Fifi quit Parliament, I was feeling, you need a Fifi quit in Parliament for any side.
Yeah.
My eye was on two people, Felix Kwache Ofosu and Kofi Adams. People who
and my main kite here for us say, where pictures in his constituency. I think he graduated some hairdressers, and they are there all settled up in the after training, something
again,
business development and all of that. And this is largely a rural constituency, Buem constituency. Some of these things, makes a lot of impact. A lot of impact
business
in the constituency.
I mean, my apprentice is all
it's
very serious.
And easy. And that's the Honorable Kofi Adams Buem constituency. We are donating cash. Your friend is saying reward be to graduates. No, that's some good move from the member of parliament.
Look, I was just saying there. You need someone who can articulate. Or like nano kasa yedel, nano kasa to obo kasa very quickly, and beyond that, all clout within his political party, and all respect across the aisle. It's very rare.
Yeah,
it's actually very rare. Look, if you look, for instance, at the NPP side, that transition doesn't happen a lot. You'll be today than Bocha, no, your general secretary be MP.
Yeah,
it doesn't really happen a lot there. Obibo Obi the party position or party position why we gain mass popularity. Now I can limit no to one constituency to focus on that constituency and grow that constituency, develop the place, and then look elsewhere. It's something that I think is fair, and the NDC does that well. Originally, that was the path of President Akufo-Addo.
Of course.
President Akufo-Addo was, I think, an organizer or general secretary of the
organizer.
NPP. Was organizer of the NPP. Then he was a Buakwa South MP or hand over to the cousin. Atachia. With Buakwa South Wana Obedi president. If you look at that when you build that sort of clout. So you see, as soon as Kofo came to power, Akufo-Addo became Attorney General initially, and then Foreign Affairs Minister. So it tells you, and as soon as Fifi Kwete went to Parliament, he became a deputy finance minister. In
later
fact,
became a
he grew to become a Greek minister. He ended in the and a paper Bonkomono came there. He ended as transport minister when Gifativo left because of bus branding. So there's a lot of and we were having a conversation about Terminal 3 now. I mean, that's another thing, but I think that the kind of quality that Kofi Adams brings to Parliament, I'm not surprised.
Even on the floor, so he's doing quite well. Said here, Joseph Amayen Ateno. We would move on the list. Thus far, I think we've done 6 into 4 more to go. Or no, I think we've done 5.
Yeah, I have 5.
We've done 5, right?
Yeah, I have 5.
So far we've done Francis Asenso Boache, I had Dakwa Newman, I had Michael Otrebefi, I had Francis Xavier Sosu, I had John Kuma, and I had Kofi Adams. Okay, it means we've done 6. We've done 6. Wow. The next on the list. Sylvester Tete. And Sylvester Tete Botiano English Amam from.
That's where I covered for the primaries.
Oh, for the primaries.
MPP primaries I covered. He took out a sitting MP.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
he took out a sitting MP.
In the Botiano English Amam from. Joseph, Sylvester Tete, former NYA chief executive in Parliament, that is saying.
Obi, again, one of those names are
Asempa FM.
What most likely worked for them were things that they did outside the chamber of the house itself. Obviously, I'll not be able to speak of what they may have done at the level of various committees, apart from committees normally sitting in public accounts, appointment committee. But who have both the floor and other associated things when it comes to the plenary itself, media. Not much has happened on the side over the last 2.5 months or so.
Oh, okay. But in his constituency, in terms of visibility, in terms of tangible project, he seems to have done quite a good job. I mean, so sharing with Facebook Live, you would see some of the pictures of project in his constituency, and one of the few MPs, Daniel, he has a newspaper in the BNA News, English amount from news, and a newspaper.
What is the strategy?
Strategy is not and they publish it almost everything in the constituency, and I thought it was quite innovative. I mean, say the newspaper and Nkwanu will create jobs for at least 2 or 3 people, which is good. And a buanso in engagement with your constituents and
But I'll say this, that he has a major issue. We can't play with the wager area.
The wager area.
The wager area is very landslide prone.
Too much.
Very, very landslide prone. In fact, say in Supitika Krabina, so a serious Kabashana. Cause the traffic. And I know that there's a specific case over done in him. So Charlie, he has to be very honorable. You still have a lot of work to do in that because a systemic problem. I don't think some of those lands should have been given out on the hills. Because already an earthquake zone. Okay. I don't think some of and they've been given out. There's heavy developments there. People can't see. Ghana has done see a very big deal.
So and I'm happy. One of the things he's done to apart from the party constituency office, he's also gotten his own office, which he tells us is quite novel in the constituency. Constituent issues, the office to report to. And make sure
office near fell, but office of the day, it has to go to John Kuma.
Oh yeah, that's it.
And the NPP office of Sampine good have to.
Now John Kuma office I will see where just so there's another level, And Sylvester Tete makes it onto our list. I mean, also donating some books to library, I want a constituency and all of that. I mean, in this short time,
donation, but with this refreshments and stuff, I saw a donation. It came before the drinks, the drinks and.
I'm still looking at where
exactly
the
that
donations went to. Congratulations to Sylvester Tete from the National Youth Authority. No surprise there, say we're investing in sports and so in his constituency. And that's also great from a member of parliament. And as I said, okay, he did a workshop for graduates in the CV clinic, and I think that's smart.
Oh yeah.
CV clinic workshop for graduate in Botiano English.
Don't say NYA.
Yeah.
It's a very NYA move.
I think that's smart. At least. And no boy, because a lot of the youth must have CVs.
Obi.
And I thought that
some people send you a CV, they won't need you, man, or you read it and you understand why. Excuse me to say, you look at it, I know her because it's too much. It's too much. And these things, you see, the school shouldn't wait for an MP to start a CV clinic. No. And we sometimes we know what they call what they want international schools and universities. No, because you will never go to certain schools and come and say you can't write a CV.
Come and write a CV.
Oh,
Charlie. That's where we are. Congratulations to Sylvester Tete, MP for
and he's supporting persons with
disability as well.
That's beautiful.
Persons with disability. And I think this is the last time. The last time Adum TV Echo on the constituency, he was there on Adum Bedroom special, and so he was there to engage and the constituents and all of that. That's for Sylvester Tete, member of parliament, Botiano English, a man from we think we should commend him for a job well done. And we hope, sir, because what this means, this third quarter will be very competitive. Because people are knocking. Even
in the Facebook live list, someone is mentioning John Peter Mewu, they encourage John Peter Mewu.
Jean-Pierre Amewu. Okay, that's an interesting
Minister
name.
for Railway Development.
Development, that's an interesting name.
I feel like John Peter Mewu.
The thing about him, they say he did a lot in the constituency to win the seat.
To win this, exactly what I was going to say.
He did a lot in his really.
The standard he assessed for himself.
Charlie. If you don't understand that, they would never compare.
Because he had a lot to do.
Yeah.
to convince them to vote. And he made
vote.
history, I hope he can keep the seat.
And let's move on. Now, I think one MP in Swa, Wabon Homodin Paye, the MP for Damongo, and he makes it onto our list. Samuel Abu Jenapo. Joseph, Abu Jenapo on the floor. Anything to report?
Obi, yes, there is so much to report. Obekaya, in the course of this second quarter, on his own, Waba Floor have volunteered to deliver statements to MPs. Obekaya, tree planting exercise now, a course, on 11 June. Before that, to solicit the support of members of parliament, into me implementing and not successfully. When that was done, he came back to come thank MPs for their support in getting it done and solicited almost support to nurture those trees. Away from that, again, in the course of the last quarter, we came to parliament to respond to questions on Obekaya missing burning of excavators. This was a question that went to him. A lot of time was spent debating the matter because he was defending it and the minority MPs were criticizing it, and also Jan Fodi very much on the floor of the House. So he's been very much active on the floor of the House itself. I saw appear before a public accounts committee just about 2 weeks ago. I responded to queries having to do with the audited nurse report for 2017-2018. Not just that. There were public interest questions to him about Galamsey activities. Not just that. Rosewood, Asaba, Bima, Wasa issue another ban on feather harvest in Yadiano. And also so about public accounts committee, there were questions directed at him. To a certain extent, unfair advantage now, Daniel referred to earlier, say, when it comes to performance on the floor, some ministers may have more than their colleagues who are not ministers as far as first time members are concerned. And Mr. that advantage now. He's been doing a lot of work here in Parliament at the committee level and also at the plenary.
Fantastic. And I think in his constituencies, where one of the and sometimes you wonder, Daniel, looking at a very busy schedule as Minister of Land and Natural Resources and the kind of campaign he's waging to end illegal mining. And he almost always every weekend you find him in his constituency. He also does well in the constant updates of Neoma Ekosiise in his constituency. And I thought we should commend him, and that's why he is making the list at the end of the second quarter.
I say this about Abu Jenapo. Abu Jenapo revived two conversations in Ghana that really excited me. Or revive the Galamsey conversation because the Galamsey conversation was dead. Let's be serious. And he revived tree planting. I think a Juma Waye then Green Day to make it a front story talk.
It was a big deal. Look, it was a big deal.
Only listen to Panke find the way now my bonnet why as a minister. I'm glad that he's attaching that seriousness to Damongo. Look, he replaced someone I admire a lot,
Mutawakilo.
I admire Adam Mutawakilo a lot.
The last time John Jenapo didn't call John Jenapo said, compared to his which is Yapeko Sogono, Damongo is smaller relatively. Into managing that constituency, and very difficult. You know, be or smart or strategic. Managing that constituency, a bit easy. And for him, touching base constantly almost every weekend, that's really good. For him in that constituency. Samuel Jenapo makes our list. At the end of he was not in the list for the first quarter, but second quarter, with Tumi Abim. One other person who makes our list, the NDC's member of parliament for Ewutu Senya West constituency. Nidi Gisela Tete. Ewutu Senya West. And I don't know, but me on the floor of parliament in Sono, it is saying, Joseph.
Obi, again, one of those MPs are almost a certain advantage by virtue of the fact that almost serving on a appointment committee of parliament. She's been very much active. She's one of the MPs, particularly at the appointment committee. Time and almost vetted deputy ministers now. She won't shy away from controversial issues. Regardless of how controversial or otherwise,
Ekosiisen On Asempa
There's been instances Chairman George who fully breaks on sometimes some of the commentary are running ahead of the questions, because Obisa questioning and now fast on how the issue should be dealt with. And also I draw a bit of attention one way or the other. No, you can't take that away from her in terms of her contribution. Again, on the floor, she's contributed to quite a number of statements. I mean, Kaise will deliver a statement on her own on the floor of the House over the last duration between the ending of May and now. But when ministers come to the floor, follow-up questions, when they are responding to questions and contribution to statements, maybe why one or two of them on the floor as well.
Oh, okay. In the Gazella Tete, but even before that, this is a video we again got from Samuel Jinapo's Facebook page on, I think, a drainage. No, this will be borehole construction in the constituency. Hey, Charlie MPs in Zomo getting this machine all the way to Damongo to drill boreholes for constituents, is huge. And I will say a donation of an ambulance to the constituency, Busunu electoral area, donated by lawyer Abu Jinapo.
2 ambulances for the constituency.
But there is also one here, West Gonja District Assembly Polyclinic, and this is from the Rebecca Foundation, but with his facilitation, French for facilitation. Of course. But then we now come to Gisela Tete. And Gisela Tete, apart from the performance in Parliament, said Joseph Akano, she's also done some good stuff in the constituency. And pictures of the project in Facebook Live.
I like on the appointments committee.
Oh, yeah.
I like her on the appointments committee.
She asked some good questions.
She asked some pretty good questions.
Yeah. Gisela Tete. And congratulations for making our list. Where a visit to a factory, I think, in the constituency.
It looks like a factory.
Yeah. A factory.
I think this will be the most impressive projects we've seen. No, OBN no projects we've done in the top 10 has something like this.
No, the factory?
Yeah.
But would that be a member of parliament project?
Oh, but if you are championing the project, we have to give you
for it to come in there. Okay, that I hear. Cassava starch. Okay,
native Ayensu Starch Company Limited.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you know Ayensu Starch, the revived one. Oh, look, I think that let's give her the props. So right now we are competing for most impressive projects. John Kume's constituency office.
But only funded by the member of parliament. In the Ayensu Starch Factory, is it revived? The NP paid a visit to the factory. Eko said
I want to work in a private company. One day just one factory.
And this, I think, is also an astroturf in the constituency. Wait, Cheetah FC for the Nana. Okay. Yeah, but still in the constituency, you don't blame an MP for also being there to...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in the Gisela Tete was also there. In Tuba Facebook, some very interesting pictures from her constituency on project YA. I think we've done how many?
We've done 8.
We've done 8, right?
Yeah. We're left with 2.
Oh, you sure?
Yes.
And we've done Francis Asenso Boache, we've done Dakwa Newman, Michael Ochrebefi, Francis Xavier Sosu, that's 4, 5, John Kuma, Kofi Adam, 6, Sylvester Tete, 7, Samuel Jinapo, 8.
Oh, then we've done 9.
Yeah, and a Gisela Tete, 9. Ain't Aka number 10 on our list. If we are what we do a year, some MPs who did not make the list, but who we think are MPs to watch, and hopefully in the next quarter, they are MPs to watch. And also, or more any first time MPs or more parliament that you free say, Charlie, it's palpable. The kind of things they are doing in their constituency. I will see about my bason, so no, we will put those names out. Ain't it? We think on this list, number 10, completing our list, after the second quarter, Farouk Aliu Mahama, member of parliament for the Yendi constituency.
I'll make a confession.
Yeah.
I am conflicted about Farouk Ali Muhammad because now may expect more. I think that Farouk Ali Muhammad is very resourced.
Yeah.
Resourced.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
I think he's very experienced. Yes, he's a first timer. Yes, he's young, but I expect more.
You expect more from him.
Yeah.
Really, but on the floor, Joseph, Farouk Ali Muhammad.
Ekosiisen I'll keep it very brief. I think other things work for him rather than doing stuff on the floor of the house in terms of getting into the top 10.
But in his no committee, Benzo.
Me check out that detail in a while.
Okay.
But obviously he's one of those very youthful members of parliament. Or the Tanya Daniel, there's a lot of
expectations from him. Yeah, of course.
In the background now, this is a guy who worked previously with Cocoa Board. So then this is also one of the very key institutions in the country. And then it gives a sense that he has some understanding of how the agri sector works specifically. But then in terms of the work here in Parliament now, he serves on the Food and Agriculture Committee.
Oh, okay.
The Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs Committee. And then he also serves on the Gender and Children Committee right here in Parliament.
Oh,
and
okay.
As I indicated, because of the background, of course, it's expected that his expertise would have been brought to bear on the work as far as the agriculture sector is concerned.
Okay. Solid. Mayenasi Joseph.
Yes. Now,
oh, that mean now. Now me person me can we answer no about.
Okay, you any free honor, then we have the other conversation about probably some of the top performing MPs in Parliament from just the work being done here in the
Absolutely, we'll do that. Inti my main kawin so say over Facebook is here. This is a video of I think he's drilled 100 boreholes. And I'm talking Farouk Ali Muhammad. And there's a video of commissioning of some of the boreholes. First phase of the boreholes, 100 boreholes for his constituency, which is encouraging.
I mean, look, he's done. He. I'm not saying he shouldn't be on the list. He's gotten onto the list deservedly. Why has him?
Yeah.
But there's a lot. You see, there's always a responsibility. When you have the kind of legacy he has, let's be serious.
Of course.
Okay, that's number one. And number two, I've followed him a bit and I've noticed that he's been around. He's not just someone who just up and decided to. He's been around. He's bit his time. He's worked within the ranks. So I expect to see some more innovation. He was at Cocoa Board. So you see more agriculture. Like I expect to see some more innovation, something more outcome-oriented from him. Into Obi, easy.
That's Farouk Ali Muhammad. Congratulations to Farouk. Daniel Ebeja Yeho Akko, he has to be on top story. Into Daniel, Yedase Papa for coming through. Daniel Dazi and Yatin and Kano. But yes, we are done with the top 10, and I'll come to the list of the other MPs to watch. Or more Eboy Juma in the second quarter, but not enough to get them into the top 10. But Joseph, answer Ebeja Amawa Kono. Now, Opesa Woka Bibinti. Besides way mono, because again, you share other factors, 4 separate criteria, and our list, including performance in Parliament. But say, drill it down to because you cover Parliament, no performance in Parliament, and who are the worthy names? I'll
focus on 2 new MPs. Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahim, NDC MP for Salaga South, and then Rita now Dolesoa, our NDC MP for Ladadi Kotokbong. These are 2 individuals I think to a very large extent, they've been active very much in Parliament. Zuwaira, she also sits on the Appointment Committee of Parliament. Over the last second quarter, they vetted deputy ministers. And besides some of the very on questions, you can see that we pay attention to developments within the media space, current national issues that are evolving. Once the MPs don't want to have their strength in terms of when they are asking questions of ministers and deputy ministers when they appear before the committees. You could, for example, refer to Obisa Hassan Suhini, who appears to do a lot of research. So he digs into historical issues, pulls out comments of things that people have said long before, and then puts it to them as a sitting. But Zuera Mohamed Ibrahima, no, most of the time focuses on developing issues within the media space that fall within the domain of the ministers and the deputy ministers who come in and ask very probing questions. Just to cite an example, there was this issue of alleged corruption at the National Health Insurance Authority, and now there was the concern that pregnant women were being charged, although the law is very specific that pregnant women, when they go to health facilities, shouldn't be charged, and there was some form of extortion. A more vetted deputy minister for health, in the course of the last second quarter, focused a lot of attention on that. It asked some very probing questions and demanded firm commitment from the deputy ministers that they will act to help stop some of those things. So, obviously, that's one of the things that why I know it's very much even on the floor of the House, when it comes to follow-up questions, when Samuel Abujinapo came to respond to questions having to do with the burning of his cabinet now, some of the very probing follow-up questions that came up was actually from her end. So that's one of those star people as far as general performance in the House is concerned. And then Rita now Dole Soa.
Okay.
One of those people, I also said these are a lot of questions that someone in minister to come respond to are very critical issues. So for example, or someone a minister for land and natural resources, over the controversy over area lands, once they're not fully within her constituency, and then issues having to do with the conflict between residents, a traditional council, and a Ghana Armed Forces now. Ora Abuja probably disclosed here, a committee looked into it, a committee's report will be put out as at the end of last month. Very critical. Also, get a minister for roads to come respond to questions about some of the police barracks in the area and the roads within those spaces, why they are very much not being worked on. And not just that, also someone, a health minister, to come respond to questions on a General Hospital project now is installed for quite a while now. Minister Nembabe, my assurance is that work will resume very much so. On the floor, they were using the various tools in Parliament to try and get ministers to respond to questions. And then just to touch on this briefly, she is the only new member of Parliament. The bill that has been drafted to outlaw practices of LGBTQI now, 8 MPs are signing on I'm making it ready on my presentation. Again, they are taking it through the formal processes to get it laid in the floor, to get it laid on the floor as a private member's bill. She's the only new member of Parliament or a part of the gang of 8 or more pendium signatures to that particular bill. Again, MPs, one of their primary responsibilities is to make laws, and she has a signature on one of those moves to make laws in the Republic.
Wow, that's quite impressive. And on Ladadi Kotopon, right?
Precisely, Ladadi Kotopon constituency.
Member of Parliament.
On the ticket of the National Democratic Congress.
Yeah.
Waba Parliament.
Wow. Joseph Opoku Gakpo. Solid work for us there. Yeah, that's a papa and why? Yeah, that's a panya. Joseph Opoku Gakpo and Moten and Kano. And yes, top 10 at the end of the second quarter. And they are Bremen. I'll go over the list again, and I'll tell you the MPs to watch out for who are likely to enter the list based on the work we've seen them do. Going into the third quarter. And there were second quarter in the top 10 best performing MPs, first time MPs. Francis Asenso Boache, Dakwa Newman, Michael Otrebefi, Francis Xavier Sosu, John Kuma, Kofi Adams, Sylvester Tete, Samuel Abujinapo, Gezela Tete, and Farouk Aliu Mahama. But there are still some MPs we think we should commend for a great job done. But Adumaku Mensah Collins, who made our list at the end of the first quarter. Adumaku Mensah Collins, solid guy. Unfortunately, because of the competition in the second quarter, he couldn't enter the list. But I think he's one MP to really watch out for, doing a lot for his constituent, for his party, and all of that. In the Adumaku Mensah Collins, one to watch going into the third quarter. And Oko Western Region and so Kwesimintim constituency. Prince Hamidou Ama, one other MP to watch, doing quite a lot in his constituency. It's one constituency, observing really well. In the third quarter, no, let's see what happens if they can make it into our list. And of course, said here, a friend is saying Joseph Owugakpo Ekano Uko Eyinsua Krowo constituency. What's the name of the NP there? Is it Namomo? Yes, Namomo, another solid member of parliament on the ticket of the NDC, Krowo constituency, doing very well in her constituency. One to watch. Third quarter mono. She is one of the members of parliament to watch. And it would also follow up on Ladedikoto Pond Dieno Joseph Akana and see if on the field in the constituency, saying Anioma is about. Congratulations to all our best performing MPs at the end of the second quarter. Francis Enso Boache Dakwa Newman, Otrebefi, Xavier Sosu, John Koma, Kofi Adams, Sylvester Tete, Samuel Abujanapo, Gizela Tete, and Farouk Aliu Mahama. Let's see if you can maintain your slots in the third quarter. Loads and loads of messages. The interest in this is unbelievable. Jean-Pierre Amiwoudi Basse. But as we said, John Peter Amiwu no. What the neighbor compare? On another level, another level. What the neighbor shame I say where we are start from the onset in the what the neighbor seen chain now or your first time MPD ba. Or your first time MP, but when you're on your first time MP, you don't know another level. Let's concentrate on more Akan and let's see. Let me read some messages. Now, where say Obi, from the look of things, Lejokuku MP won't make the list. He doesn't talk, and that is our problem. Nanamponsa Bediakon anyway. Say Honorable Akwesi Free Famensa, MP Farmerman is doing a yeoman's job. Yes, he was on our list in the first quarter. But unfortunately, second quarter, he couldn't make it. Or say, plans are far advanced to disburse soft loans over 200 market women. A resource center to train artisans is about 75% complete. Ultra-modern party office is being built. Numerous boreholes under construction. Scholarship for tertiary students, etc., etc. Very soon, I'll send you a comprehensive list of his achievements thus far. I hear you. This one says, MPs who support their constituents are not just going to get votes as a result, but the Almighty Allah will bless them in whatever they are doing in life. So Wunyonko da na wada. Greetings to Honorable Kwame Kuma Jakala, MP for Kintampo North, is also working really hard. But in the 2014 elections, we the NPP will still snatch the seat for the first time. Master Planner Junior, Ewo Kintampo, and Odiwe Abraying. We say, hello Obi, BNA is my concern, and BNA should be Botiano English I'm from. Or say BNA is my constituency. Some of these projects were done when Sylvester was a CEO. Well, let's see how it goes. We have a lot of issues, especially our roads, key roads, West Hills through Red Top to Botiano Polyclinic, and a broadcasting road. Domi, na sama kwa wenyi na yenye. Broadcasting road no monye. Na West Hills through Red Top to Botiano Polyclinic, unimho, uhu ho anke yo. And a SCC Junction to Old Barrier. So, what's your money? Thank you. Unfortunately, one for Woodin and Kahon. Let me see the other ones we have here. Na Ekosiisen On
Asempa FM.
Asempa
94.7
FM.
Obi, if an MP says he helped people to be recruited to the police, is it also part of the achievement, and how will that be captured? Gastiman in Bekum. Gastiman, that is not part of the achievement we put up. Good evening, Obi. I've been asking for the name of my MP in Ablekuma Central since the first quarter, but I have not heard his name. And I told you that even if he should be given all the years, he wouldn't make any difference. Mark it and see. Anyway, Honorable Ebenezer has lost his mom. May her soul rest in peace. Sadat Ewo Sabon Zango in Accra. Ablekuma Central MP ni din ye eyi. Oh. Jackson won kai ni din. Dome Ablekuma Central MP you two Ebenezer ni na nate no. Mom penny din ma me pa chawa. We say Abdul Latif Gani Dan Abdul Latif Dan only MP for Ablekuma Central constituency enti Monshanenso Emfa Emayen. Let me see the other ones. We say Obi, what of my MP Honorable Dr. Adomaku Kisi Anyanso Tuum Master P in London in research he couldn't make it onto the list this time. Ryan share subsequently. Obi Honorable Afifa means of Amasaman constituency is equally doing marvelously well. Unlike someone I know, he deserves another opportunity, though it's early days yet. Jomo, Pokwase Festus, and Odiwe Abba. Obi, kindly thank Honorable Asenso Boachi on my behalf, on behalf of my Islamic community at Boshain for the 12-unit classroom block he's built for the Islamic school and the road constructed behind former City Girls School. Honorable Martin J. Mensah Kosa is also doing wonders at Techiman South constituency. Farouk in Tema. We say, I am proud of Dakwa Newman. She should keep up the good work. Ablekumanov MP. Ablekumanov MP, no? Ablekumanov. Okay, that's Battels. Yeah, that's Battels. No, she couldn't make it to our list. Happy birthday to the flawless Miss Adri. May you always be positioned for increase and advancement. Have a wonderful birthday and cheers to you. This is from Samuel Brian Boabeng to you, Miss Adri.
Ekosiisen On
I hear you are the
Asempa
flawless Miss Adri. Happy birthday and live to be 94.7 and beyond. And then so committee and minister put it together, say Omun shame into Nioma Isiye wa Ejra, and then a committee ni share one sittings as say. Now the Ashanti regional minister appeared before the committee, and our very own Erastus Asaridonko and so echo committee no any Erastus bidding komo and Chibia Monshan and so MI Prince Asante says excellent work done by Dakwa Newman. Keep up the good work. Prince, thank you for coming through with this one. We say Obi, the AstroTurf at Bojiase was not done by Giselle Tete. It was done by Coastal Development Authority under the then Ministry of Special Development Initiatives, of which Honorable Mavis Howard Compson was the minister. So please don't give credit to Gisela Tete, who is the MP now. Fusaini Salifu, Ewa Kaswa Zongo. Ekosiisen so a higher Asempa 94.7 FM. I'll come back to your messages in a moment, but Ansana no, Melcom supermarket is now bigger and better. And walk into any Melcom supermarket to have a wide range of products. Melcom is indeed your one-stop shop for all your daily needs. Terms and conditions apply. Melcom is where Ghana shops. Here. Papa, Okomel, Comadia, Upebia, under one roof, Ubenya. NPA, so say, NPA, National Petroleum Authority. Now, most of them when him say any, per se, a jai to a man for fear, no, a true itcha. And it's a row fear now take gas in Pampaya. Please open your doors and your windows to get rid of the gas. It's the first thing you have to do. It also means, no, I check your face, maybe a gas, no, is you so, I know what do. Now, maybe a one yensi so, but still, Ote Central, then probably there might be a leakage somewhere, gas leakage somewhere. And turn off the regulator and call technicians to service your stove for you. Sebia, why you win your answer? It's safe to also try and locate the source of the leakage. The also way traditionally, udinsuo egu ban paimu na wa mahuru abeni. Now the gas cylinder na eden edi esim. You know, what the gas cylinder ni simwa say a poor huro bebra bubbles neba bebra no one will say leakage be ewo say ama bebra so na wonim say cylinder ne ho song. Knowing where the leak is helps to prevent accident, and this public service announcement is brought to you by the National Petroleum Authority and almost stay safe. Very, very, very important. CBG a Consolidated Bank of Ghana. Now, almost say, any, one take banking halls near they call transactive business ne HM. Technology amanioma very, very simple. And they just dial *924# *924# and follow the prompt. Ubit ma check your banking or balance. Ubit ma your banking transactions in Nara. You can send money, you can withdraw money, you can do just about anything on your phone just by dialing *924#, and then you follow the prompt. Alternatively, can I say ATMs ni na ye adwuma, your other electronic platforms are including your USSD *924#. Do that, follow the prompt, and get diggy with it. Won't be as your first CBG. It was 0302216000 0302216000. Ekosiisen suni haya Asempa FM. Adofonom moma yentie we mra ye ba we'll get to speak to Erastus Asare Donko or call before the committee and na it is and then so no kai say Euro 2020 semi-finals no air shasi ene. And there are some very, very interesting games ever up ene ena ochna. I'll tell you more about them. But happy birthday to Miss Adrina Amanfo. May you live to be 94.7 and beyond. We say Honorable Sheila Battels is doing marvelously well. Her community engagement is on point. I know she would go far. Jessie Behene ewo abeka ena odiwe abanti would monitor her and see. Mommy enti we yeba ye kwadwura.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung nie, Nokia nie, iPhone nie, say your printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise afa our no TV, digital television set, this satellite, any ultra panels, abomuma.
Franco Trading Enterprise, Facebook, Sauko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Ayomwa, anyone Samsung www.francotrading.com. Android app, Franco Trading, Instagram, at Franco Trading. Nani pabadi for dosunti. Franco, the Momo Pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby, Nemum, head office on the Twaya Dabraka, opposite Roxy Cinema.
Hacho, Franco, any Accra station, any MT and the DNMJ. Also, Wabe Ecobank, Accra, opposite Minaba building, and a La Paz and Suye opposite Tema station.
And our prayer numbers in Nani and Chauntum 0246 422 338 and at 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise. Still, phone Papa Fie, and you're not going.
Sweet darling,
my beautiful baby.
Pepper Plus Mischia, Ebusinia num Ebusi new system. Abusumi pinio, Bia and Yarede, Tia Siemedo.
Tie, Pepper Plus mixer, and your Juma Ebayan in the Pedro Mono, after Crana, Ebayo, one more, a Droyama in general well-being, Ebusia Pom doing him,
Asempa FM.
Ebusia Watanum Pepper Plus mixer, one says hospitals, was Sevu at the other for it, me man and Pefia.
She, we Pepper Plus husband.
Radio Pepper Plus husband, and you won't show by your Pepper Plus wife. Now, one Pepper Plus mixer, a pen for about more money for one and if you do you or pharmacies, chemical and herbal shops. At phone for 0542 778 572 and 0549 297 463. Pepper Plus mixer and my pomodrama pa.
FD Ashosha sa ejedi nkrato imu aja to mise eye.
Se wo ofese dey na o ka anya otumi luzu bibia bi enu nti na Edu Motors ewo ho wo ka ya dada uni sika pudu adbeto foforo a ko Edu Motors ono be yen hwehwe ama o ka foforo for driver's license 2 passport pictures and 2 guarantors omuni wachi enko Edu Motors netua 10% of car na openable why ya ka o na wie ni aka no obetua no small Edu Motors dia ho to aba insurance no obetua ma free na se we engine no kra say a o ma ba ko asem free to amika ko ye head office ewo Kaswa Widiba Road Barrier Junction baby awa na howa me pato G number we ne frɛ ye betche we Edu Motors branch e be wo no akwaje wo ka
0575 047 303 ana 0550 342 562.
Edu Motors, your light has come.
That was so ne macho medi miura. Ya na udi sa. Hey, na malaria na fa hia mo to aware amoni agi sa no. Adom malakio mesha ewo hoi. Malaria ent na yeso nche. Ye kwa ye test bi wo mu pe enyenum adom malakio mesha. Eni gina malaria body weakness yo tiredness yo hwim ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura. Na adom natural tonic a esisi he nso ye. Adom natural tonic nso. Ye num to ya ye ntimi nidie. Eno na ya num bi edidi a ye ho tan ye sa no. Adom natural tonic. Minya ni mi ana ntimi nidie. Menu die.
Asempa FM.
Me taisa. Ah, mo hwa ye fe pa ene ya mepe biato ni nyina apenfo abatan a wo mo manufo ne nkwada wo ni fie dunsia nka ho e wo pharmacies chemical ne herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch e waka so opposite there to international school 024 2223 555 FDA ahwehwe sa ejedi nkrato emu age atum se eye.
It's time for the TCL Fala Friday. This Friday, 2nd July 2021, TCL is giving up to 50% discount on all items in their showrooms. This means every item you buy, including TVs, washing machines, air conditioners, fridges, and so much more, you get up to 50% discount. No long talk. Walk into any TCL showroom across the country and enjoy this amazing discount. Only on Fala Friday, or call 0202-698-398 or visit store.tclghana.com. TCL Fala Friday from TCL. TCL, the creative life.
Yara Ghana, ne famu shachirana. Semetimi atomi ametrata. Enem sika menye free me harvest mu afinti. Yara beta. Pa no. Mira. Yes or no. Afe na yebe yesika for pa. Yes via. Eja mutiri nko. Yeti dase. Okuani biada yeso na abe mu amamu no. Na me so me de ni metumi edu sam pempenso we. Se wote se meka Yara beta crop lift bow. Ai. Eya foliar fertilizer. Fertilizer ewo nutrients. Et se NPK ebi zinc ne boron ya ebuama enobaye suyi. Wobetimi di Yara Vita egugu crops ahodo te se tomatoes, meko, mango, ekutu oni cereals so. Me wife kura ni mu. Ya simple. Yara Vita wo huna enye ya. Wobetimi di afra agrochemical foforo e dia boss spray. Age herbicides. Any weedicides.
Asempa FM.
Why Yara Vita? Se be ya fertilizer no kura betimi awura leaves anasa haba no nyina mu amobia ayi na dwuma yi. Na menye bia to he. Wobenya Yara Vita crop lift bow. Ewo accredited dealers. Ghana Fananyina. Dodo Afre Yara Ghana 0302 779 854.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Asempa FM. Oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey. All talk all day.
94.7 Asempa FM, Sweeney, all talk all day. Ekosiisen Medina, Wasugusua Utien. One of the things production team Najiatum say is to open the phone lines now on a best performing first time MPs. What you think about our ranking? The Ofri said Wasanki de Kahua Yamfa and Kahon criteria beer you think we should have added and all of that. I mean, let's have a conversation around this as we work the lines to see if we can speak to Erastus Asaridonko, who appeared before the ministerial committee and committee etna ewo a year Kumasi Prempe Assembly Hall. Now, Ewuku Malik, and I'll do this with him briefly enough, but he has been monitoring committee, sittings the whole of today. Ewuku Malik, akwa bana pom to saying. Fantastic. Ain't and yenimse committee ni share one sittings as say ewo Kumasi. Where muna appear before the committee ene?
The first person who appeared before the committee, our Prempe Assembly Hall, Onyamfo Simon Osemensa, Asante Mantem Swafo, and the second person also no kasa no almost as a 10, omu no be 11:45 to 12 more baby, and a committee echo break, or more by somewhere 12:30 to 1.
ana Erastus ebeto aswa till be 3 p.m. to 4. Yeah.
And that's it. Erastus spent more than 2 hours on committee, huh?
Yes, Erastus Cheye papa or spend I'm say 2 hours 10 minutes or so. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah. For you start with the original minister, questions being sa no mubusa no na responses being no my.
Yedi kan omubusa ne say edien wonim efa the course no e wo adwira no ho. Wo panini to just say the onim ne say emra abrante efe no kaka oye social media activist no ebeto just say enkofobia abobɔ no satam no wanya inviter omoko enkran akwakwa bibi wo ho mode hotel ni nyina atudin e wo East Legon ho no omoko akwaye no anche bia no senya info say abrante no ato nananum e wo ensiedo anenti eba ne saa no wo ma ne resec for wa ha say ne e ka say wo montena se no mo ento ato adwene fa kwan o mo fa so a wo mbetimi ama saa rehosem na esi no wo betu hu anamo anenti osi owa no say enya security intelligence enkrofo bi mabunu bi ayo magen say de asi no omde tumi be so omsem aye niam bi a ensem fata enti saada no na de tie no ode ofre 4BN commander no e de to nanim say obehia memama ani bi na operation come live sa no kan ni bi na ode akabambo from police for ho no makoho ampa wo mo ye etu ho na mo ekoya o mo kohwe ma sunje by bibia ansi enti ni next day no ana beto dwa se enkrofo na asabo mutiri mu pose wo mo ebekwa akwasai mikrofo bi esusu se kaka wato nana ewo ensedi wo mo eho bon ne nsensem ni ubie a wo ma chi o mo bambofo achi o mo as suspect no wo mbekwa akwasi ni fie na for masasa niema bi ewo krom ho na for masan akwasai akoye niam ho ewo police station ani to ten saa no wasan FF 4BN for commander na eka tell say obesan hia mema mani biem no makotu saa anamon no ani nti ono so e de so ye ma ne mema mani bi amomu kotu saa anamon na wo mo ekohwe ye ebo ban na mom as to when say otu etuo ne de ene de ono no Asante regional minister no wonim o saa bre no de no ono waba Kumase enti oba Kumase no ano ne omoma ne security briefing e wo de ekoso no e wo ho enti through that security briefing na ne nsa e kan ye no anama ofre 4BN commander ne so won sa man mama ne biemu na omonkonko boban a enti no anekowi ase asa tututu no e ba enti o ka sipi say wono no soma asa sojafo ne say wo mo enkoho enkodi sa adwuma na momu wan kan tro mo say omonkonko tutuo arenti omusan ebusa ne say na say bibi say sia na kenim say please phone edi anim no mo ehe because omo de enam so mo eye peacemakers ninti no wo mo de say edi anim na bambo phone edi akire papa ni to just say so wo hwa Asante mantam ya say a atutu asam ne nema nema ekoso ha ene ohu ni say abra Africa kan nyina no ejina sa ekwan of so e deal with situations a eba abibia no ma soja fo no edi animu na keka ne ade a eya na ekam nyema down tem enti wa fasa akwan no so e dia solve problem the brain na this time around na ohu ni say ankoye ana o mo say busa ne say na denti na wo mo ebe kono ya mo briefing kakra say e dia say ni say no say o mo so oni wo bibia but odidi say sa briefing ne ekoso na emomu no operations no ana call wronga obi ko tutu na emomu ni power tutu ne de up to date onya briefing bia say asemasi ana so benten ana to saa etuo no ewo ho o mo sa ne opanyin ne di nkomo ekwa akire busabusa na krom ho say na krom ho kra say no sinim adwurafo no so adwurafo de o mo ye nkrofo bi a wo mo ye kam say bibiansi ya wo mo ye very campa afi krampo no abrante wato na nan won se de fe no ka kai kra no onim na tese wa kosia ne na didi nkomo kra epen na emomu no abribia dwumadia bi bekoso e wajira no sa abato se ye twotwodin ene ade no na akofa chimato ene ntawantawa pa aba betu krom ho wasaka studio say e dry baby a eye NDC amanyoko no na tadi nkunim ho ye pa na MPP adi nkunim ho mienu pe eba no parliamentary na nti abribia no eya na eho no ehye se eba na batoma ehotimi huru pa eni tia no mo fa kwan bia so a ka kwan ya mo fa so ya no mo fa so ade so anu aso bambofo di animu sojafo di animu no mariama bibia ensi nti die si ne de no kro ni ha atwene wopanyine no ade emfonyin bi kirei a chese na nipa dom bi edi police for water cannon ni bi atia wo mototo emuba bobombomu ana mo busa ne se samfonyin no de akirei enti empanyfo no committee ne aka se omo make no exhibit A omo make sa video no esa enfanto na owie no mbusa no nsam no mbusa ne se sa video no ode akire no opeso o kire se na o se sa video no eye video a obi a obi ade ema no ede na dis akire se enkrofo no asama wo ka se no mo esini ban bi so on be side police station won be ya niamo ho be say no eye evidence say ampa esuni ban ni bi no mo ede na die no sanka police for water cannon krampa ba krom wo no hwe emoba no mutugu edi akire enti driver ni krampo na wo twi sa police for car no krampo no na me nkwa eda ensaniemu na nso nyame na ya na doma eja wotimi efiri mu enti ne na adwene ama ode bambofo ekokrom ho no eye 1 so obebo kromafo no ho ban 2 so obebo bambofo no nso ho no eban ene na ya na ne botaye nanso onim de ekofa we ebaye ano musa ne se ene nipa na ano omusa busa ne se video no ye sure se eye edra nemom enkoye enye video bi a se bi o ka se ye beto aba tutu asem ta koso e wo ho no e bi a enu bi na de da asia o makofa wo video na ba o se da bi wo betimi agina so asisu di asa sa video no eye video crojia efi edra ho na nsen arehosem asi wo no mu na e baaye anom se sa dia ene nipa na odi video ni ma no ebia na video no o bebre wo ho enti bomodian se obetimi akate nipa no aba ha sei onumnya fosa mo na semensa eka tro mo sei so o so obetimi ma nipa na bapa betra committee ni ma no oboa efise wo ye sa pe no wode bambo enseme wa santimantem ya sei no eto nsanie ma emwa ebedum pempenso bi no ebegi nsemu efise wode ne number atutu ja sankrofo yi tinta di akirefo we yi mo ana efrefe no se ono abu bibi se koso ha nti na ka me say the source of information no and order na die into onye saade no ene ye twema mentwe pa kakra se omubusa no de afa ha sei omuka se nti se ana omusa de to anim se okay ya mansem trofon fa camera nsi ne so nya de ne bese kokoa mu eno so mo bo no se echeye bi se committee na edika de atudwa se wo mo pe enkrofo a wo mani ko twa be so mo hene santam hu de ekoso na emomu enya hatesemfo wo bu anu aba babusa no so oh na mo kuma afi na me ba ya ne yesese ni se na ekoso so nya san nkofo ni bi etiti nyame atom na so obi etinye twamfonyi onu gira ho no otwa de na so sa nipa no o evidence pa na so mo boy ya onyam for sam no se me sa se ebeye den so betimi de sa nipa no aba iti akire no ana security expert ora Vladimir Chidanso eka say okay so what decide nipa no eba wo de katre nipa no so wo katre na ye akase ne betena 1-on-1 kukwam obi ani ho biye na ye ne nakasa anti wo de to mani mi say okay me ko se me kwana me ne kasa na so wote ase so obeba de a mema na ba na no kra na eye me den it is say den me den no wan hwe o tena bi no na mama bambo nsem atop ape e wa santemantam ya nti mu de mo mfa ne se me Simon Semensa munya video ni free one of say there be fa ne sa enye ye free say enya wo na wutwa ye if say wo no wo so obi na send ma wo phone so ana ya twen fu phone so sia enti ana na kwa ya twuma mentwe kakra so ko wi ase no wo mo te ase ma no say okay on sorry nko na mom omunwie ye ono anso sa agi to mu say information bia fa video no hu bia no omo san to omo sa frɛ na obeba aba be kire say video no efi adwira ho.
Oh, okay.
Meka se eho ana ye de ono ne fa no
Edisi nti mo amutie no pese wo hu videos ni be of how and Nioma call ya the committee and time assignment say inside call ya you would see it. I mean, setup no looks good. Baby our not baby our clerks neti baby our committee members no ete any rapporteurs ni na etete ho kama over Facebook you would see that. Inti ono ewie ye no and the next person to sit
on Asempa
Erastus Asaredonko, multimedia broadcast journalist.
Fantastic. Gidi Erastus and so now questions ne boda on day.
Ono so mo mane aka die ohu ye nyina kosi ye omukọ okrom home fiti ase die omuhu ye saa wata kanu na ye ka ho ase na abrebe na ba ye tama eba no na ho am na ka ho wo kire se na please sojafo edi ntan sei na de di kan no mukura ka bi omde ba ye atro ho se covid operation covid ka saa ka na no mutima omudi kan ede ba ye na sojafo be ye nan na ewom akire ana sojafo ka ne ba ko san ba ye no sojafo miensa be kan ho ana wo kire etuotutu a na ekoso efiti ase na tuo no omutuhwe wiem nipa fo na eba no omutuhwe wiem afi no omu elowa omu nsa ne ba fom kakra na afi omutofa efom ama ba akokora bebu nkotodwa obu nkotodwa no timi da ne nani hwa no wato bi akwa no asa da nani hwa no wato bi akwa ha eno to kire ye enti omubusa ne se onyi ni se odika ka se omubusa ne se djuma be mpa no ye mo kire se oye documentaries ni ade no so case oye documentaries ya onye so se camera no se utwa video se wo ban nipa na eso se na esitie ana se utwa wa change se no so san no kre sa pepe no se no se onsusu se nipa no ohun se no wabu nkotodwe ho no e bia na ne bibi na atofom na ofa na ana so kama nipa ni bu nkotodwe no o wa kire de bato ohun se na etuototo no wa target bibi na wotu etuo enentine enye bibi na eda ho a no wofa ana mbusa se ohun edi se etare nipa na tade ma no betumi abo nipa ni din a wotutuo na no se da bi edi pa do ntimi ofise sa abra na omwan kasa nso no omusuro mo omon kwanti no makwa kwahye soro ba bia na all commentary under film na ekoso no nti wontimi hu no nipa ni din ana afeso na sojafo no ehyehyehye omutemu ntumi bia akatakata omumma so aba omani enti no edin se ubetimi awuji se onya security expert bia ohwe video no betimi atesa ayase masini anasa we nanso no Erastus no onye security expert nti wontimi enkyeresa na mom ade ba ko a na ebeto dwa na omo etwe no kakra ene se wo mo setama na omu play video no on joy news no mo se de ato ase se sa omo atrogu ase se #kaka we fix the country
campaigner okay
ano mbusa Erastus say eno no mo trogu ase ho no hwan na trogu ho na ano Erastus say so wo further uni tumi bia wo saade no so na mom no ye wo editors a editorial meeting no mo tena se planning wo bibia o mo ho enti team bi na ye anom so sa communication so o mo ne wantem enti no eba na ade na no wo twa wo ho no wo any link bi to face the country campaign na wana ano se ono de ho no kwae ne de na there was nothing like that bibia nu a na etesa ano musa se enti na o mo de bibi saa eto ase ano se no kro no o fedo ho enti ne enya de obetimi anti eno wo de question no o mo kwa o mo pese de o mo pese no o mo nyanya enti no o mo timi ko no madane asem no na besi that same question na so no ma say busa no enti ho de kese wo mo busa ne nsem no ma ne keyie pa meka se no so an ye di gina ya ye di ewie ya no mo pese o mo hu enti ne kwa no mo busa ne se o mo pe recommendation se ti Erastus so se the esi ye no pe abrante na wato na nanom e wo ense do no ene de no mo yense atweregu o se o ye fix the country campaign ni ebi no ene ne boy bra na ana Erastus se onu do ntimi nkire na emom no se wo hwe abrante no ni video bi anu wo de na die na wo hwe fix the country campaigners for no omo so na mo utuo na se ewo brabo bi dia na se e kire se saa die ni bia pepepe na branche ne eye na momu no wono era so wontimi nyina so enkire bi se wonim enyina so a face the country campaigners no edi gina so egi member bi ebo mu kuo no nti wono do wontimi nyina so enkasa na dia branche ne ye bia anase enye bia eno a meka se ni nyina so pa a tese omo edepempem so anti say no videos no edos nto
okay
omo ka se omo say raz say video ni nyina na raz say se ebo video ni nyina ebeboro be don hwe miensa ene akiri nti omo ka se de omo abona ye omo da na se omo beje de aka ni nyina no so akwa akohwe okokwa mu na bibia ni omo besan enne di nkomo bi.
Oh, okay. Enti nyame ya domo a ochina committee na to aso meboa. Na hwan mo na beba before the committee yenim.
Omo aka se personally me busa sa question no na ke hesan ke betimi ni dwam training no adwetwe enkomo. Na so mo ka se enya dia interview dia beba so. Enti me busa omo mpanyimfo ni bi mo ka se omo the letters amama. But as to who so oba ne de munyanya by institutions some of the man de nkomo hwe nim say anya hwe kra no tan no please anase military for no ombetimi appear before the committee enti sisi ane de omuntimi nkyere poten nti omo de letters na ma nti yan hwe animu nkosi ochena anopa bi abe no nso no nkronkro no de ne yehu say asemasi anase obenti anase we ana eba nti ochena no anya kra no two security agencies no military and police no me sure say mubako and the appear before the committee.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yo, Oku my na si bibia ni ebeba ba bidin komo bio. Why? Yeah, that's a papa. Oku Malik na yete ne nkano no multimedia and Centronia owo Kumasi and watching the committee sittings no for us. And what is here no AD and Komo. He said wakano Simon Osaimins Ashanti Regional Minister and Erastus Asaridonko appeared before the committee today. Ma yenyina no so ne phone lines no entum and we have some 15 minutes be the famo calls kakra na fe sports team no take over at 7 p.m. and Spain and Italy. What a game that promises to be. Spain, Italy, Ochina, na England and so Denmark abo. Ni nyina ekoso wo Wembley. Nti ene first semi-final na ekoso wo Wembley in England. Spain, Italy. Wow. What a game. Yeah, the live commentary be bremo ewa Asempa FM. Yem famo calls kakra 0302 216 545 and 0302 216 546 0302 216 545 and 0302 216 546. Unim say enenso exactly 7 years Castro untumin kasu uye or here you know inti maybe me sorry me bo Castro nyomba could be a mama so you remember a legend you know of our time, Castro the destroyer. Yebebo nyomba could be a man. Let's pick your calls kakra na fe yenhwe ntwa so Ekosiisen On Asempa a higher Asempa FM 0302 545 0302 546. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Obi.
Me ba chon hwani?
Me Obi Farouk Taman here.
Oh, Farouk net saying
Mboko na unse.
Ya me adome ho ye ma yenti.
Ma na zo so chiawa odo asoso ne emwa ode boano.
Edase.
Ya nyame chira mbebre.
Edase.
Na Obi enne mo bo adwuma papa. Ade ba ko a mesre enne adwuma mo ye no, which mostly na about the social media worker and how our parliamentarians put out the work that they are doing at various constituency out there for people to see. We have easy information from there. Where I say, friends, your money and your money, social media counts a lot. And so when it comes to this work and all those things now, you are paying for more names as a paid as boys for no coffee, but they should treat it as important as the work they do in their various constituency. And I have meant the honorable quarter. Despite all the propaganda near here and this uniform, the man is doing some wonders there. So I will plead with your team and also with this team. Someone make sure they will make available of some of his work he's doing
Okay. Farouk yenso ye dase Farouk ewo tema ena motene nka na Ekosiisen nso ni eha ya Asempa FM ma yensan emfa calls na ebio. Good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, me ba chonwani.
From somewhere, calling from Tema.
Sam yentio.
Yes, Obi Nyamisha Mone Ejumapa Moye. Let me say you've not been fair to Mr. Honorable Amewu. As our criteria, the underlining word is first timers. First timers, and I think on also first timer in Parliament, you should have made the list. Now say the compare Nejuma or meetimo criteria na say motion ka first and obumbi and I think say because he's a first timer. That is the underlining word. First timer. I think say in a way you've not been fair to him. And you've not given a tangible reason to one Fananka. I think if you explain why he's not he can't make it because he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job.
Ma me nase papa. Ma yemfa other callers. Good evening.
Nyame asumdwe enkamo papa. Obi.
Yes.
Bibia bakodie.
Nyame adom na unso e.
Nyame adom bibia bako.
Great, me and you.
Yo, mama nche wo mpanyefo and enyebre omadi Asempa adama. Reporter no so ambo no boring etime yin sam ne ba ko adama. Mama nche MC ba ko na Kremesa kaswa nche no do. Bia me kan se Obi. Bibia o man na edu sisiam. Ye yina bompaye se adwobro embra. Emo en kwante ko bi de wuliye embra no embra. One which says the president ever better conjunction and we are seeing now sorry. My yellow and some fantastic baba we are saying a trick of mine in and the president out of conjunction. Or born body said they said to melt what ye at the map of mine. And to what was suffer for what Jennifer Bois? What was suffer for one no for Bois? What was for one thing for Bois? Me in a young yes, Rabash. The instrument pure money see. I'm not in Chiba was so among them, but ye. None say ye, but who say, you win and maybe quack a do ye, baba. Let's open ya the yak yard. A yana major amen, Tiase, Obi, Mammy for you.
Medase, papa. Ekosiisen Suni, a high Asempa FM. Good evening.
Evening, design.
Hey, me ba so whiny.
I will tell Richard because Africa so.
I will tell Richard me and you.
The come was able to me waiting for in agree anyway.
Yeah, Joso.
Who must say issues now better me can't cry. Now I'm saying now me monitor live more journalists no or movie no question. Kaba I'm say best happen for no. Say Omuhwe ekwan efa so amata asem no baye na say we a fifth country and I say we joining and I say we political party we and I say we need political party we no nyi ni say no irrelevant because that don't the issue ni say Ghana ni moja ewe ni moja ni moja wo ni mu yakunu kwa ama amofo say bi omani anye ama my demonstration ma satem we see yen eti hwe kwan efa so e ma satem no baye. Now, yes, definitely, editorial of some media houses near no dear meaning is an Boa committee and a if I know any Boham and in you, but the Boha questions Nibi or Mubisana. And say, Wagana for your best room, you know, your person, your person who could get any pepper here. And I said, the Ghana need Terminal Mua, my own said, will be Echima Green, 70 Manoka, means through. Mekan penny for said ye to Abama more Ghana minus no more when in Naho, no Mako Yama Ghana Nidia and Waton and Yama Cosono, in fact,
okay, my nurse name Fanny Pafo Frequency saying Sunny. Good evening. Too bad. Good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, me Passion Winey.
Good morning. Good evening.
Number 2 kasa free. Okay, into
Obi.
Asempa FM.
Asempa say Oba and what is no pa no kre. Upe master say juma na wo ye NDC force lo wa ye dey nsuro. Uba enter hotel so by beautiful ni na ya say again. E say dey be class ma unti beautiful. Now we cut ma da da.
Ekosiise On Asempa
FM. Ose me ye hwan interview.
Now we hairdresser for interview.
Hairdresser be. Ose hairdresser be na me ye interview.
Who ye who da better man for attention.
That be ose me ye hairdresser be.
Who da better man for attention. What people
we sure the radio station in Utie there. Yeah, so. Hello, good evening.
Obi,
yes, me patcho hwan here.
Brapeni Obama ni mesum ewusum.
Obama me ntio.
On se nipa no fresh station akoti different station arabe fresh radio no nsina kana dwen no. Oni bini oka. Obi ma membo abaso, ame say enyimwe wo de aye MP se mo bo hu there atudwa. Emri bi etimo de tudwa na we se wo da tudwa. Na kakra me kache MP ne say bibi na eye adwuma na mo no Obama kwala sika social media activists sika no publish ni nyoma no e wo social media and as kwala abongu de no ane onye kra nje ne beka dem FCB eye adwuma pa.
Hello?
Obi.
Yeah.
FCB eye adwuma pa na mo ntina meka no obeyi sika ama kwala na say social media activists na posting no ma social media no onye Israel Newman aire academy anasa kan fitiri ijabe srew mu NPC no mo yetso so no omunja no mo bi omunsim na mo nyu apa no ended na ko srew
ma me na say na yem fani pa foforo. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Obi. Really forgive me.
Me join
Farouk, just 1 minute per about a chura issue no.
Farouk me patcho ma obi foforo maybe we don't encourage that. Why Mr. Wa oba okwa onsan maybe no be foforo so ababi ma menhwem fani pa foforo Ekosiise so ni high Asempa 94.7 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
Me patcho hwan here?
Filippo. The battle where you are unia na amwako.
Okay. Nana net saying
Empire bo obi.
Ma mintie we.
Ma mintie o. Oni put this and eduma so amayama o man Ghana. Yakwo nche papa na mintia ayewa ayaka no damwa. Obi. Je akoso ewo manima se asem si a ni aye ne MPP NDC e ma yehu asem no epumasi bre. Ene asem asi adwira yati commission wo mo say yemi wo mo hwehwem na within 10 days omo fa ne CBA na tre omanpen ani
Ekosiise On Asempa FM
minister okoka na asem wo eye moja de sa kwotena o so e te bisa na asem na so bi de ka say as questions a yebisa mu a ati commission ani no onwone nje ho a mentimi question ku a ankombo so bisa mu a betra witness na betra commission ani no omo bisa won say wo hu bi asem fi e baaye netinu asena smani etia false that ebi mabiem na sense ye di MPP and zakata yani ntinu you be dey o memu bia na obi enye obi fe na yeti o memu na se o manu kwa nyem na se o mampani bia ba no obo no modern say ene mebu benya adwuma ye menam so ma ne Toyota for abebi asema plant organa ha obe asema Toyota ma akọ anka we are the say bofo ya bon modelu now say san kaka wu e ba ni fe ni bi e ko so adwanti sane mo ni na ye nka ho asem ama ne and for so one for so o demonstration na me dey no demonstration dey you be all right na esa say this from pay for say election e ko 2020 won mo ho modern no wo say this the co private dey too much ade so na me say demonstration ka mo ni mo dey and if you so almost about ya because one of party yambo mo court man for evidence an court no and what on you be kan you be so me pay say na you do my action sa me pay phobia ya mo for you no o mutimi nya adwa no yes so
Ekosiise On Asempa FM
ma me na se me nua na ye mfa nipa foforo ewo Ekosiise dwumadie yi eso good evening. Hello?
Obi, good evening.
Me patcho hwan ni?
Gajula, me cassette United States of Flawless. Mamin Tia incoming Twitter unit organizer, Ariet
Nana say all Santa Buta Pamintia, La Tupo, and Sittelimo Kutu. Ozamo se ba chawo bu na se agba fetise u be bi okura full and sakana yesu ya che
yenya mre bia ye bebia ama mo why ya yenya mre nti yesre mo
o me ubala da dokoto pa ma o se ya minim se yonti because uko madina se ya man o chela anyway ya mpeni bi minim de anu se oba dada se oba be ma ya se da je no sutu onu su yentisi amafo akwa ni yo o pa ke se nsi man ya nimni di onu tuomba consistency ni awunu.
Oh, okay. Yo, yensu ye da sepa nya me nshraw. Ma yenhwemfa 2 calls na yemfancy. Good evening.
Yeah, no.
Me pa so hwan na manya no yi.
Asempa FM.
Me pa so kasa free hin.
Me kasa free akra ha ya. Ntia me kasa dem 37.
Okay, me ntie we.
Obi. Dem be kan se Nyankopon hia no watiefo nyina wate.
Ya je so.
Bibia no ade a mani gye ho se mo ba mo pagya Pentecost nyame. Eno keke kra no me to voice na me te de wi a mo si pete Nyankopon no a na me ni age papa nti mo program yi de me mexe baako kra we a me be kwa betri so me gusu ati ti ho anhira wo no ati efo nyina ne a me kan se wonsom woni nipa besre minuanom MPP4 se achia emui esosna bebu bia se baabi a yedu no oma nyina yemfa ahoden entai na adodankwa achi na menye sure se papa no ne yekoso no saa na ope no enim se nyoma bi na abehete anko ye covid ya akofa noma bebre anse se de ban na ama noma atete kofom kaka na wo hwe ewiase amansan nyina akufo ade wo mu ni ho anim ase na mo me problem ba ko na se mo so so a na ado ayi mu se mo meye ministers ne ho nkɔ ne ba seven period mo nwene party no ho first
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Sorry, anya wunua anya wadamfo anya wo girlfriend anya wo yere anya wo kunu anya ono na kwaye adwuma ma obaye MPO sa brante no ene oba mo so mo hagen party fo ne hagen no besira mo antra application ene de adwuma na ma mu eya party ne mu tinye de ma mo are na obi aba no oboko jodam wadi kojodam wa bie ne point ho 24 hours a day. Papa, so be any what is so to as the drama pa, no Dimika no about cantonment. I bet not over my party for, and I said, don't we are calling Obia Sora Kojodamo, Obia Sora Kojodamo, because he's taking good care of the party people. What about the rest? And the maximum was a more Catriano. And Yaman Kwan is a good year. Mama party for any nibi, the party for so Musuya, and now we are caught to a bayer, then quarterly posters, and Yaman now for one Yama Bushing upon a quarterly posters. No. A party mano and a quarterly posted. And the mamma Nanado crown or background, a month for instead of any unfurnished or party. If the more executive not my offense, the ministers, the CEOs near Yimono, what disappointing another than Kokuado? If it's a more dinner for and son of my party for no, Maximo, they are party for Diana, Monfama. Now, 777, Antana or party we need to what to. Would dear, as I will enjoy is can be. Other 7 predators, every multi 100 events, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 777. Kobisa doctor to Kolubuzo, just say. Party and I, and what my way you, and what's and a party for an hajin, Nankom Hankawa. Hankawa.
Abutre.
At the menu, they make a tray, your executives say, another party for one man say. Yes, Trump, that's a man, sorry, answer party for no. That's all much nothing. And now me no say, bow me a problem of party no. Bow me a problem of one say. Because of say, CEOs in the home can take care of the party people no. Only say bow me associate, your friends and another and then they will vote against Baumia because of more executives now. Baumia so am a party me candy for. Yet we need a finance election. Yet we need that.
Mamenase, why? Medase pa yemfa this final call. Good evening.
Evening, Obi.
Me pacho hwane?
Medini Joseph Kasafre Madina.
Me pacho mi intio.
Medase na adwuma pa mo bo. Na yanka security for Asam ne the Ekosiisen On Asempa. Na first of all, my men that say we dey me MP. Honorable Savior. Susu the car listen na o wa bo mo ho mo. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Say obo adwuma papa. Edanase. Say omma ye adwuma pamma Madina na yankoso. Na ye wa hi bebre stations bebre wo ho. Na MC no na ombo adwuma. Say obi obetumi aboa ya MC no ombo adwuma nti boa na entimi nya MC a obeba ba ye Madina yi nti Madina ye bre na de ekoso o mem de mihu a eye problem ankasa na committee for we na omo yi no de mekan say omo hwe nipa na omo awu no da enye ebia party say na menyam de ba kai enye party asam we ne kra bibia da no na ye de ato say de be ya dachi yenya the same problem you because nkofo bebre doubt omo a nipa na omo yi omo say omo be ye adwuma no ye pese omo kire nkofo ni say Ghana man for say de omo ayi omo no omo ye competent omo betima ye adwuma ama ye nyaage say de omo de be kwa kwama omampanyi no ono so banya opepa de aye adwuma say de be ya ye mbo ne din say na ote because ye nim say ya man report bebre wanti na fan ye hwe e wo man wi enna ma we nyina nguso koso nti omampanyi wo say we human rights lawyer na wo ba to say we use edia rule oman no which is very bad nti ye say mo hwe na de ekoso nyina ye nim say mpanyimfo no omo nim ho bi omo na omo suma nkofo no say omo koye say there is no way say oh na we commander if they didn't command you say shoot it you can't shoot it so I don't know why omo dey asam no dey here say na e bomb pa say omo dey omba ye adwuma pa na omo dey enukra aba na ye ni age
okay mame nso me na se papa yintimi mfa calls no ebio Ekosiisen no high Asempa 94.7 FM and let's do this in remembrance of one of our very great Castro the Destroyer. Exactly 7 years ago today he went missing and the conversation now when they say he declared no dead and I say a day sad development. Then I mean, usually your boy now your refi. My main credit is saying Janet Bandu. Oh, Charlie, Castro, only superstar. Asempa modia yao.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Janet Bandu come by the be Castro. Dimba it's a nipa mienu. Janet Bandu and a Castro. He calls this one MV.
Pray for your enemies to live long.